Hello! Welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer.
And also I am here.
And we're going to make a world builder game. Let's see, this is the third stream of this.
Sounds right.
We've been making pretty good progress. I once again have a long list of notes of things to work on today. So I think we should be able to make some great additional progress. Culinary, it's great to see you. I hope you're doing all right. And I guess I'll just go ahead and get started here. And I think we'll do a quick tour of what we've got so far.
I did not prepare my stream ghost nest before beginning, so...
That's okay. So... we're starting at the bus stop. I won't bother to read all the text. I'll just do a quick tour of what we have here and talk a little bit about things I tweaked last Saturday. I spent a little time fussing with the library. I didn't want to change it too much, but it was kind of like my least favorite scene at this point. It just felt a little less polished, so I just kind of added a little more detail, like a frame around the door and the book drop, and tweaked some other details here. Thank you for the hello on Secret Crush. So we got our book drop. I also tweaked the code a little bit in kind of all the rooms, I think. I added box as a synonym for the book drop because I kept typing that myself. So we can reach in box and get our soup bone. Salt Ranger, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Oh, right. I also, did I actually do that? A thing I talked about, I think, last week was using search as a way to accomplish certain things. Just because that's a built-in command and I wanted to take advantage of that. Okay, so I think if we open the box, I set it up so it'll, yeah, it says it's too dark inside to see clearly, but you might be able to reach in there. So that way you can, you know, with the default commands, get a little bit of a hint about what you need to do here. Hello, Valis, good to see you. So we got our soup bone. We still haven't done anything with the bus schedule. We talked a little bit last week about how we're going to incorporate that into a puzzle to unlock the phone we will eventually find. Here's our totally normal house. We can unlock door. I think maybe the first thing we'll do today is add this key to the game, which we can currently just kind of use even though we don't have it. Oh, not there. Interesting.
Wow. I must not have had my headphones in or something last week when you added that door opening sound effect, because
it's quite a sound.
I know you talked about how long it was. I feel like this is the first time I'm hearing it for myself.
Fascinating. And then we have this door here. I tweaked, I think at the end of stream last week, we did not have any background patterns here, so I added those in. So this is looking a little more finished. We still don't have any interactivity in this room. Oh, right. Another thing I spent some time polishing up is the way we break up the output. By default, for whatever reason, World Builder doesn't like put any space between text automatically. So if you don't do it yourself, like your command is right under the description and then the next response goes right after that and just looks all very mashed together. And it's a little hard to see at a glance what's going on. So I broke things up with a space everywhere. It makes sense. Give bone is what I want to do here. So then, you know, you can see here, there's a space here and then our command, and then immediately after we see this. And if we type another command, that's broken up as well.
Did you on purpose make it so that you can never see the back half of the dog?
No. Maybe a little.
Okay.
Mostly, I wanted him to be out of the way, so it's clear, you have a clear path to the doghouse now.
Right.
But also this way I didn't have to draw a whole dog. So we're going to set this up so that you can now look inside the doghouse and find a key in there. All right, we also set up a sniff command, so you can type sniff and get the response sniff, sniff. You can also smell. Let's see. And I think that's pretty much it. We did have thank you for the loon. We did have a death scene, but since we didn't get our normal guy, we can't demonstrate that. Let's take another shot at that, just so we can enjoy that. There he is. I wonder...
What?
I was just thinking maybe we should only do the super long creek when the guy is there.
Do you have an alternative creek?
Yeah, we got the creek we used on the greenhouse door.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it's nice to get that creepiness no matter what happens here. So we can click and get a little bit of a warning that we're feeling a sense of dread here. And if we click again, it's game over. Okay. Gosh, it's kind of warm in this room, huh?
Yeah, I can do something about that.
It became very warm here this week. We've had temperatures above 80s. It's currently 73 outside. And not a fan. I like cool medium temperatures. Okay, so one thing I wanted to go over again is our credits. Added a little text here to let you know you can type the credits at any time if you look at the About screen. And then also, as we had before, there's a credits option that's just on the initial bus stop screen. Eventually, we're going to add probably a title screen at the beginning. At least that's been my plan so far. Just to have a nice little screen that just shows the title of the game, whatever it ends up being, and then on that screen we can have a more obvious credits button. But a credit screen, I just wanted to remind everyone, last week, again, after the stream on Saturday, I went through and added everybody's name. So basically, if you make a suggestion at any point, as long as a reasonable suggestion and not something completely unrelated to what I'm doing, even if I don't use it, your name will go in the credits for sure. If we have space, I'm going to include this special thanks section where we include folks that stopped by and that are regulars or people I am familiar with, other streamers, folks like that. Just, if somebody stops by and just, says something random in chat and, I have no way of knowing if they even stuck around at all.
We will exercise editorial discretion.
Yeah. But, all you really have to do is make a reasonable suggestion about something to put into the game, and you can definitely get your name in our credits. One thing I wanted to do with the credits, we talked about having a goofy little Easter egg where you can type Isix, and it will take you to a screen where I am making the game. We need a little hint about that somewhere, and I was thinking, we could set it up so if you search on the credits screen, you find that there's a little word in the corner. Isn't that unusual? And then if you type that word, it will take you to our Easter egg. What else did I want to talk about? The first thing we're going to do is add our normal key, which we'll get from the doghouse once the dog has moved out of it. Probably after that, we should make our dog pettable. So my thought there is the game will understand the pet dog command, whether or not you have given the dog a bone, but you'll get a very different response depending on whether you have done that yet or not. Probably it'll just bark at you when you try to pet it. Otherwise, it will happily accept pets. One big idea I thought of last Saturday to kind of pull a lot of different things together. Hello, 6-7. Great to see you. So Kyle and Eric suggested at one point we could maybe have a key hidden in a book, but I couldn't think of a good way to like make that a satisfying interaction, just within World Builder in particular. And then separate from that, we had a bunch of ideas that were starting to come together, but not quite. We want to, at some point, you need to find a battery for the cell phone. And we settled on this idea where you have to grow the battery in the greenhouse. Culinary suggested Electrolyptus as the name of our power plant. And so the idea I had, like, first of all, we need at some point a clue that you need to do this very weird thing, right?
Or do you?
I mean, I would prefer to have a little bit of a hint.
Okay. Do you want there to be a hint that you get a battery by growing something in a greenhouse? Or do you just want to prod the player into being like, oh, I should try to grow something in this greenhouse?
Well, let me continue, and I'll tell you what I've come up with so far.
Sure.
And then we can discuss it further. I'm certainly open to, suggestions for improvements. Hello, Game Dev Jeff. Great to see you. Missed parts 1 and 2, but I'm here to see the progress. Wonderful. Should there be a book about green energy? So that's kind of what I was thinking. My idea is somewhere in the house, probably we find a book, and the title is Electrolyptus, the power plant. And then you can open the book, and rather than a hidden key, there's cutouts of basically the ingredients for the power plant. I want to say it was Val, correct me if I'm wrong, that suggested combining a potato and a light bulb, which I think is great. So my thought is you have cutouts for a potato, which is probably in the book already, and then a cutout of a light bulb, which is, a fairly distinctive shape. So this, makes it somewhat clear, what you need to do. It gives you hints of the various, what this will do when you're done, and what you need to get there. I'm not sure where you'll get the light bulb from, but we're in a house. We're gonna have probably just a couple screens in the house, but that gives us some options. Also, I didn't think about this until just now, but we also get the bonus of we need to remove a light bulb, so it will become spooky when we have done that. But then my thought is you take those 2 items, you put them in the plant, and then another idea I had, I've mentioned multiple times that I insist we have a flushable toilet in the game. Mm-hmm. Even better if we can make that a gameplay element. So my thought is that when you first go in the bathroom, the toilet bowl is empty. The toilet hasn't been used in a long time. But if you flush it, it fills with water, right? Because the reservoir is not empty. And then you can find a watering can or, some other water receptacle and fill that with water from the toilet. And that's what you can use to water your Electrolyptus plant. So again, I'm very much open to suggestions on all of that, but I feel like that's a pretty decent way to pull everything together and make it into a nice little puzzle. And maybe the watering can just be something you find in the greenhouse. which, also serves as a hint as, you put your ingredients in the pot and nothing is happening, but, you see that watering can there and you'll think, oh, I need to water it to get it to start growing. Let's see. I think that's pretty much everything I wanted to talk about beforehand. So I think we'll go ahead and get started working on stuff here. I have on my desk here a couple of items. I can't decide when I'm going to bring that up. But for now, I guess you'll just have to wonder about it. Okay.
Did you ever say...
Oh, things are too fast.
You talked about a phone.
Yes.
Is that something that you just have from the beginning, or do you have to find it?
No, you'll need to find that. My thought was that it would be in the house somewhere.
Okay, second question is, have you decided what's going to be stuck in the library Dropbox?
Oh, that's the soup bone.
The soup bone, okay.
Yes.
Okay. I was going to suggest if you hadn't decided on that, then maybe the phone could be in the Dropbox.
Sure. I mean, we can certainly change things if it makes sense at any point.
Especially
something like that.
I was just going to suggest that if you hadn't already come up with what was in the Dropbox.
But you get your soup bone from the Dropbox,
right,
which you need to get the dog out of the way so you can search in the dog house.
Yes.
And then the key gets you in the house, and then there will be further puzzles in there. Okay. So our backyard. I cleaned up the code for this a bunch. Also, I remembered something that I think I'm going to go ahead and fix right now before I forget about it again. Earlier, I tried typing open door to the totally normal house, and it didn't work. Because I set it up so you have to type exactly open. So I think we'll do, if you type anything that says open, I mean, it's a scene where it's mostly just a door, so that's fine. This doesn't check if the door is already open. So many things to fix. Okay, so can't use the arrow keys. If normal door equals, I think it's seen at. Okay, that should do it. I feel like that's kind of the easiest type of bug to end up with in this thing. Hello, El Guara. You don't cry? So we're going to add a key. Let's go ahead and draw that in here. Maybe I want to use some ovals here, actually. I said I was going to draw it in there, but actually never mind, because it's got that background texture and that kind of makes things a pain. We're going to name this normal key since it's the key to our normal house. We'll go ahead and set the properties first. This is going to be in storage initially. It's basically in the backyard inside the doghouse, but we want to make it appear through, code. We need our code to make sure that you've done all the required actions first. So starting it out in storage makes the most sense. This is a mobile object. I don't know. We'll give it some amount of value, I guess. And that's pretty much all we need. Okay. So One thing I talked about last week, like we need to in all of our rooms leave a amount of space at the bottom for dropping items randomly. Like, you know, if you have an object that can be picked up, it can be dropped anywhere. So we need to leave space for that. Another thing we need to think about is ideally, you know, if you drop all your stuff in one place, you don't want it all jumbled together. So we'll try to, like, so far we just have the soup bone that we can pick up that's over here. So we'll put this kind of right here. We're going to label everything related to the normal house normal. That is what I've been doing so far.
This makes sense.
Yes. No notes. Thank you. Culinary, thank you for the grunting. Yeah, that's all right. I do like your typical cartoon style key, and it's a very large key just so you can see clearly what it is. You know, now that I've got this, I'm wondering if we should just make this a bitmap. Just so I can tweak it a little more easily. I'm just going to get the basic shapes in and then I'll convert it. Yeah. So, bitbox. And then we can do capture bits. And then we get rid of our vectors. Okay. It's such a little thing, but it always feels so weird to do this kind of drawing with the arrow pointer instead of a pencil. Just, it feels so weird. That's fine. Let's add a little shading to that. It's a little rough. And I definitely greatly prefer Mac Paint for doing this stuff. Yeah, that'll do for now. Oh, we need some up here. Okay. Yes. Okay, So now we need some code to make this appear at the appropriate time. What's our dog chomping? So the main thing we need to check for is that dog chomping is present in the scene, because that means they've done all the, like, you know, things they need to do prior to finding the key. So if dog chomping equals scene, and we also need to make sure that the key is in storage, you know, its initial out of the way spot, because we don't want them finding the key after they've already found it. So normal key equals storage. Then, so I think I'm gonna make invisible object. Maybe I shouldn't worry about that. I won't worry about it for now. If it seems weird to not have it, I was gonna say we could add an invisible object so you can click on that opening of the doghouse as a way of searching in there. But for now, we'll skip that. It's something we can add later if it feels weird to not be able to do that. Could be like the golden exit and returns. So we're going to use the built-in search command is going to be one way to find this. So if text equals search, I'm thinking how to structure this. This is the thing I keep struggling with, is there's not a good way to have the parser handle a variety of inputs. So it gets a little clunky. But we want to be able to type things like look in doghouse. What did we do with the... Let me go look at what I did with the library. I think I might have ended up duplicating some code just to give multiple options. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so I have, if you type search, then it prints this text, and then I have the same text down here, which I put in this nested block. So this nested block handles look at book. Yeah, so if you type, like, you know, look at book drop, look in book drop, look in box, you know, you could type a variety of things. It will allow some things that don't really make sense, like you could type drop look and it will work. Just because it's so limited, it makes more sense to be, you know, very forgiving. But yeah, I think we'll do the same thing. So we'll just have to duplicate the response. Just because you can't nest like ors and ands in a way that would let you, you know, do it in a single line check for all the possible inputs that make sense. Okay. So we'll do the search command first, and then we'll duplicate all the stuff inside the block for our other options. So we want to print a response that says there's a key all the way back inside the doghouse. And we're going to move our normal key to the scene. And then for this next block, we'll check for if the text contains house. Like, I think anything house is reasonable to accept. We don't want to accept if they just type dog. So yeah, I think I'll just do that. And, well, and we want then. And then we're going to check for a verb, basically. So, look. Actually, maybe we can do that in one line. Well, I'll leave it separate just in case we think of additional nouns or verbs we want to add, then it'll be easy to do that. And then we'll just copy all this and drop it in here. And that should work. So first we check to make sure that the dog chomping is here and the normal key is in storage. So that's like, those are the two things we need for this scenario to make sense. And then we allow either searching. So they can choose that from the drop-down menu, or they can type search exactly in the command window. Actually, let's go ahead and do this. So if they happen to type search doghouse, we want to accept that as well. Because that makes sense. Then we'll move the key to the scene. And this is something I settled on doing in the library. Like, even though it makes sense that, you know, if you're reaching in or, you know, searching in something and find an item, you would just grab it and hold on to it, right? But I think moving it to the scene so you can see it first and then pick it up yourself, it gives you a chance to see what that object is. The fact that you have to click on it to pick it up, you know, makes it clear that you now have it. So I think it makes for a better interaction that way. Okay. So let's test it out now. You brush past Seely's necklace to reach the key. This isn't Beauregard, though. Ooh, should we name our dog? Get your dog name suggestions in the chat. I didn't put a collar on the dog, but we could add one so, you know, we can mention the dog having a name tag or something. Or I suppose it could be written on the doghouse. Ed?
Yeah, a nameplate on the doghouse would be reasonable if...
Just put a little oval here and then mention in text.
Yeah.
Give bone. And then we'll do the search command here. And there's our key. And oops, the hole is not transparent. How are we going to fix that? I think the best way to fix that is maybe to just add texture in the middle. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, wait, no, that's... Oh, shoot. That's a problem because if they pick it up and drop it somewhere else...
Right.
Should I redesign the key so it doesn't have a hole in it?
You could just, fill it in. Like a key like that doesn't have to have a hole necessarily.
Right.
It could just be a brass, like a solid, like a coin type of... You know what I'm saying.
Yes. Game Dev Jeff says, dog name suggestion, FIFO, like Fido. Nice.
So you could fill it in with a distinct pattern or fill it in black or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, enameling. That's kind of what I've had in mind.
So we can pick up the key. You now have the normal key, and we can see it in our inventory. Your pack contains a rapier sharp wit and a normal key. And now we can update this code so that it actually checks for the key before you unlock the door. You got any dog name suggestions to throw in the pile?
Anything.
Okay. Not the right scene. Normal house. So we already have some unlocking code. We just need to make sure you have the key in your inventory before that happens. And we also want to check that right now you can unlock the door repeatedly, even if it's like already open. So we want to check that the closed door is present. I think we called that normal door. So actually, we already have a check for normal door, so we might just go ahead and nest our other stuff inside of that. Just to kind of group it all together. So we want to check if normal key equals player. I feel like we did a check like this for something else, and maybe had something weird come up with it. Where like checking to see if it's in your inventory like this didn't work for some reason. Yeah, I think I was thinking to myself, like, do we want to be able to just click on the door to unlock it? But I think requiring them to type unlock is reasonable. Like, if you click on the door, you'll get a response that it's locked, so that'll, tell you what you need to do. So you need to just take a specific action. So that should work. I was trying to get to a point where I might want to like do save games just to make testing easier. So I don't have to go through all the steps every time. It's not that long to do it, but and then let's try a different command here. Look in doghouse. Oh, that's funny.
What?
We got the description of the area, as well as the action of searching the doghouse. That's a little bug in my code there. Okay. Actually, let's drop the normal key here. Whoops. So we want to make sure you can't unlock the door. Ooh. Okay. So if I type unlock without the key, the game acts like it doesn't understand what you're even talking about, which is not ideal. So we might want to reorganize our code so we have a clearer response in this scenario. But we have confirmed that we cannot unlock the door. So we take the key, and now we can unlock it and open it. Almost there. Okay. So let's think about this. it's really hard to write code in this because of the limitations of what you can do. I'm thinking about this. It gets so messy so quickly. Like, you can't even do an else, so you just have to like exit before you handle like your fallback. Like, if they type unlock and these conditions are met, then we unlock the door. Whereas if they type unlock without having the key, we'll respond, you don't have the key. And then again, we will exit. That should work. So the one scenario we still haven't handled here is if the door is already open and they type unlock. But in that scenario, it does kind of make sense for the game to just be like, what? Because it doesn't make sense to unlock a door that's already open. So I won't worry about that. And then the other thing we had happen, shoot, it was in my head and then I lost it. Oh, right. I typed look in doghouse, and we got a description of the scene as well as our response. And that was because I had to put some code in here to handle the look command. Normally, you just put your text into the scene window, and that's like your look text. And the game will actually repeat that text automatically if the player types look. But in this case, we want the text to be different depending on where the dog is. So I had to write that all in code and handle that by checking for the look command. I think the easiest way to deal with this might just be to only output that text if you type look exactly. So that's 2 equal signs instead of 1. That way, okay. Sorry, I'm thinking like, we also want to exit. Well, I guess that doesn't matter because it's only going to happen if they type look exactly. So yeah, that's fine. But also, I guess we can exit because we're checking here if loop equals 0, which basically means if they just entered the room and haven't even had an opportunity to take an action yet, or if they type look exactly, then we print our description and then exit, and then we don't handle any other commands at that point, which is what we want. So that should work fine now. All right, let's fix up this key. I'm a little bummed. Like, obviously, a key doesn't have to look exactly the way I've drawn it. I'm just trying to think. The only way I think that we could get the key to actually be transparent through that circle is if we have a gap in it somewhere, which I don't think is going to really look the way I wanted it to. I could have it so like there's kind of a chunk missing, like, I don't know, it's rusted away or something. But I don't think I really like that idea. So we'll just make it solid in the center. I'm just trying to think of how to draw this exactly. Like, I like the idea of it having like an enamel center part, but I don't know how to like do that visually in monochrome. Like if we had color, I could use a color here.
Yeah, for this, what I would do is just do a solid black fill, and then in the circle, like, you don't have to do the thing that you're doing right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kind of seeing how this looks.
Okay.
I think we're going to go ahead and
distracted
take
by-
this into Mac Paint so I have more flexibility.
I got distracted by you erasing the thing that I was trying to explain you didn't need to erase.
Sure, I know.
Solid black fill and then white highlight to convey shininess.
Ah, sure. Huh, that's weird. Oops. Sorry about the beep. I assume even though that's cut off, it's still there. Okay.
You could also make it a shiny jewel instead of like a flat disc with enamel in the center.
Shiny jewel. Interesting.
And that would be slightly more complicated to convey. I would just do it with like do again a black fill and then white lines to be the facets.
So now that we're in Mac Paint, I can mess around with different fills here. Like obviously we could just do black. I just wanted to see what it might look like if we start with a bit of a gray. Drawing in monochrome is hard. I think I like that.
Yeah.
Just cleaning up my scrapbook here. Games. World Builder. Normal key. Okay. Copy, paste. And there we go. All right, let's try this out again real quick. There we go. There's our key. Drop normal key. Check out unlock. Now says you don't have the key, so that's much better. Unlock door. You unlock the door. No, drop normal key. the like pick up and drop actions are handled automatically by World Builder and require you to type the exact name of the item. It's not really worth all the code it would take to be more flexible with those commands. So we'll just have to live with it. Obviously, I could just name it key instead of normal key, but that's not as funny. So, all right. So I'm just looking at my to-do list here. We have added the normal key. We have added all the interactions related to the key. Let's add some dog petting. I guess first, let's see. We had name suggestions for FIFO and Ed. Let's do a short poll.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if I can think of a name to throw in there. Shoot. I'm trying to think of the name of the dog in King's Quest 3. Fran. That's a good one.
Fran? I can add up to 2 more names if we want to get any last minute suggestions in for the poll.
I really want to remember the name of that dog. Kenny. It's Kenny. I started to type a Google search to see if that would get me any results, but then I finally remembered. It is Kenny. So that's my vote. You want
to do 3 minutes or less?
Less is fine.
Okay. 2?
Sure.
1 minute I feel is too short.
Yeah. Actually, just do 3 minutes. That's
3?
fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Poll is up.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to start adding the code for this. So like I mentioned earlier, we have 2 scenarios. We have dog is in the doghouse and barking at you. And then we have, dog is sitting off to the side. You have given the dog a soup bone, and the dog is just very content and relaxed and considers you a friend. So you'll get a different result if you try to pet the dog, depending on this situation. So we have code here for dog chomping. I'm just trying to think if we want to put our code inside of a block of code we already have, or just keep it separate. I think we're going to keep it separate. So what are I think if they just type anything that has pet in it, it makes sense to accept that. And then we will check if dog barking is in the scene. Exit. And then we'll have another check for dog chomping. We don't necessarily need to check for this because the way we currently have things, if the barking dog isn't there, then the dog chomping is going to be there. But if, we ever, for some reason, have the dog go away at some point, this makes sure that you can't pet a dog that's not there. So there's no reason to not go ahead and check for it here. How's our poll doing? Ooh, it's 1 vote for FIFO and 1 vote for Kenny. That's a tough one. We're running out of time, so get your votes in quick.
FIFO.
Ooh, FIFO takes the lead. Very exciting. So if the dog is barking and you try to pet it, ooh, we got to vote for Fran. Nice. Then we're going to print. We're also going to have the dog bark at you again. Oh no! Oh, we got another tie.
A last minute tie.
Oh no! It's a tie between FIFO and Fran.
Do you want to do a...
Did you vote?
I did. I voted for Fran once it became apparent that doing so was not going to create a three-way tie situation.
I see.
I did not foresee this outcome.
I did not vote. I could be the tiebreaker, or we could do another poll.
If you want to be the tiebreaker, that's fine. Or I could do a runoff poll.
Yeah, do a runoff poll, since I'm still writing code here, and I'm not sure if I have a preference between the two. They're both very good names. You reach your hand out to pet
poll.
the dog, and the dog barks loudly at you. But you decide it's best to keep your distance. And then I keep forgetting to do this even after I talked about it. We want to print a blank line after that. Let's add another one of those up here.
Well, it's maybe early to say. It is possible that we're not going to end up...
another tie. I mean,
Be better off.
I'll break the tie this time if it works out that way.
There's
That's
still
fine.
probably about 2 minutes left. I honestly do not know how to interpret this slowly shrinking progress meter as real time.
Sure.
I wish they would give me an actual countdown.
I'm just thinking. I think I like. Thanks for that follow. Great to have you here. I think I prefer the idea of having a dog tag on the dog.
Okay.
Actually, speaking of Kenny, I believe when you pet the dog in King's Quest 3, that's also when you learn the dog's name. I could be mistaken. But I feel like if the dog has a collar with a name tag on it, then we can reveal the dog's name when you go to pet the dog. Which, makes it a little more fun. But then we also need to keep track of whether or not you've already pet the dog.
Why would you need to keep track of that necessarily?
Well, depending on the wording, I guess. I can word it so that it works fine either way. No, we'll see. Last call to vote. Break the tie. FIFO or Fran?
Heaven or hell, fight!
Print. You crouch down next to the dog and give them a good pet.
Well, I think you're gonna have to be the decider.
Uh-oh. Last minute. It's not too late. It's almost too late. It's probably too late by the time you're hearing me say this.
It's too late.
Wow. Ooh. Do we have a die?
Yeah, in my drawer, way in the back, there's a little pouch.
This is exciting, actually.
Leave it up to chance. So all I have are D10s, so how are you gonna...
Oh.
Evens or odds?
Yeah. I was thinking like a D8. I have a D8 somewhere, but that's in the basement. Ooh, we get multiple colors to choose from. I'm going to go with purple. I like the purple.
I never get a chance to use this fact, but my dice are all glow in the dark as well.
Oh, nice.
I think they need to be charged, though.
Yeah. Okay, so since FIFO is first on the poll here, we'll say FIFO is odds and Fran is even. FIFO is odd, Fran is even. It just disappeared, so I'm repeating this to remind myself. FIFO is odd. It is FIFO. It was a 5, if you couldn't see.
Congratulations to FIFO.
Yes. Thank you all for your input. FIFO it is.
Should we leave that out in case we need to do any other?
I mean, it's easily accessible.
Yeah.
Okay. Which is perfect timing, because I was just about to write the sentence where you notice the dog has a collar with a name tag. It says FIFO. So I think I am gonna do a variable here. So that's the response you'll get the first time you pet FIFO. But if you pet FIFO multiple times, it'll give you a shorter response that says, you give FIFO another good pet. So we need to use a variable here. Since this is keeping track of the dog, we'll use another D variable. If you have missed our previous streams, the way variables work in this game, you have A1 through Z9. Those are your variable names. So there's a lot of them, but you can't just pick, a word or whatever that is more meaningful. So I've just been using, a letter that is appropriate, and then, I basically have to make notes about what these mean. And then the variables also can only be a number. Unsigned integer specifically. So we're going to use D2 dog's name. So if it's 0, speaking of 0, I've been writing 0 as the default value. But in the code, you need to be careful, because if you check if a variable equals 0 before it's been set to something, it won't actually be 0. You actually want to check if it's less than 1. But this, for keeping track of things, this works fine. So 0 is unknown and 1 is known. Parentheses, FIFO. So basically, if D2 is set to 1, then we know the dog's name. So then we'll say let D2 number equals 1. Okay, and then we're going to put that whole chunk of code inside another block here that says if D2 number is less than 1, then exit. And then below that, we have our alternate text. Actually, I think it's better to have the fallback be the initial. Just that's the way I've been doing other things. So let's be consistent here. So then I'll say you crouch down and give FIFO another good pet. Their tail is wagging rapidly. Okay, good. There's always a bit of a pause there that gets longer the more code I put in the scene while it checks the syntax. Let's see if we can pet our dog now. So we'll start without giving the dog a bone yet. Pet dog. Whoop. Reach your hand out to pet the dog, but the dog barks loudly at you. Decide it's best to keep your distance. in box. Get the soup bone. Give bone. The dog takes the soup bone and finds a nice spot on the lawn to chomp on it contentedly. And now, pet dog. You crouch down next to the dog and give them a good pet. You notice the dog has a collar with a name tag. It says FIFO. And we can pet FIFO again. You crouch down and give FIFO another good pet. Their tail is wagging rapidly. Hooray! Do soups have many bones? Yes. Little known fact. Soups have lots of bones. You got to make sure to debone your soup before you eat it. Okay, and then of course we can search here and get our key. And I think that's pretty much everything in this room. I do want to add a little bit of a hint of a collar on FIFO here.
Are you saying debone your soup? Reminded me of a funny anecdote about a relative of yours.
Oh?
Do you mind if I share this anecdote?
I mean, I don't know exactly what the anecdote is.
Okay.
I will leave it up to your judgment. You could be vague. You could just, say it's a relative without being more specific.
One time, an older relative decided to make broth with the leftover turkey carcass.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently she had not done this before, or she seemed like she hadn't done this before. And she decided to not only make broth with the turkey carcass, but to make soup in the pot that the broth was cooking in. So she had to, with a slotted spoon, fish all of the bones out of the soup that she was then going to serve. Instead of doing things in the normal fashion, which is you make the broth, you strain out all of the stuff from the broth, and then you make soup with new vegetables and noodles and whatnot in the broth that you already strained.
Right.
To her credit, I do not recall finding any bones in my bowl of soup.
Because she did a good job deboning the soup.
Sure, she just could have saved herself a lot of effort.
This is hard.
What are you trying to do?
I could just make this whole dog a bitmap, and this would be a lot easier, but I would prefer not to. So, I'm trying to draw a little bit of a collar here, and it's very hard to see what I'm doing. There. Oh, wait, what? Is this already? No. Okay. Why can't I click on the... Huh. I can't seem to select... There we go. This shadow. There. Good. And then dog chomping. I'm happy with that. Okay. What now? We've added dog petting, conditional dog petting. Let's do this. This is a little thing. I don't want to add our whole Easter egg scene yet. But I do want to add the little thing I was talking about where you can find the clue here. And I was thinking I would actually include some tiny text in the scene. We'll see how it looks. My thought is right now it's going to be very visible, but eventually we'll put something in this box. And then, that'll kind of draw the attention away from this tiny text in the corner, hopefully. But if it seems like we've made it too obvious, we can always delete this later. Okay. So how small can I make this? I think I can do this in 3 pixels high. It's not going to be completely legible. Like, I would prefer the Z to be a little more legible than that. But let's see what this gets us. Like, we also don't want it to be super obvious, so maybe it's fine that the Z doesn't really look like a Z. Is that too easy to see? I guess I could also kind of tuck it even more out of the way here. I kind of like that. Like, it just, you can tell something is there, but it also just kind of looks like, I don't know, just like some stray pixels. Like, if you're paying attention, you might think, "Oh, that's weird. What's that?" And then maybe you click on it. Or my other idea for a clue to finding this Easter egg is you can customize the commands menu. And I was thinking we would leave the search command available in this scene. So if you happen to open that menu in the credits, you'd be like, "Huh, it's weird that there's a search command here." Let's actually go ahead and do that right now. Oh yeah, we can also, I've been meaning to add a back button to the credits. So this I'm gonna move to a separate object so you can click on it. And that'll be in credits. It's extremely valuable, but you can't pick it up, so that's fine. We'll handle that in code. And then let's go ahead and make the back button as well. So, maybe we should just make the button entirely in Mech Paint. Because we have to do, if we want text in the graphic area, we either have to draw it by hand or do it in Mech Paint. So we're just going to have a button that says back. Do I want that in all caps? Back. I think so. Turn. Go with back. Just thinking about what kind of font I want to commit to for our buttons. We won't have very many buttons, but we'll have a couple. And I have a lot of opinions about fonts.
You sure do.
On Secret Crush will be happy to tell you.
I mean, that's kind of about it.
I think I like Geneva. I really like Geneva 9, but it's maybe too small. That's okay. I don't think I can change the radius on a round rect, though obviously I could draw my own. Excited for font chat. I mean, I honestly don't know that I have much to chat about other than I can't just use a font. I gotta think a lot about it.
Would you say that you have I'm trying to think how to formulate this question. Like, how do you decide what's a good font? Are there like consistent qualities that you look for in a good font, or is it kind of a case by case basis?
That's a hard question. Yes, I am manually adjusting the kerning. It's a big question. Like, there's a lot of things to consider. Like, legibility is a big concern, especially with a relatively low resolution pixel font like this. Mm-hmm. Vibes are important. Is this an appropriate font for what we're using it for? Something that's like a user interface. Generally, I default to like a sans serif, very simple, which helps make it clear. It's, like we want this to look like a, interface part of the button and not like some object or something, or just some decorative text.
Right.
And then, I mean, some fonts just look nicer than others. Hello, Silver. I hope you are doing well this evening.
I'm realizing suddenly that I've been slacking on my shout-out duties.
Oh, no.
So I'm going to have to do mixed style shout-outs to get around the cooldown.
Silver, to answer your question, the game dev is going great. At the moment, I'm just being very particular about fonts and round rect corner radiuses, but that's just everyday life for me.
Yep.
I like that. I was going to say we could do like a thicker border around it to emphasize it. I may want to do a little bit of a shadow, get a little fancy with it. I'll just draw this manually since it seems easier. This might end up looking bad, but we'll find out. Mostly in the corners here, it's a little weird. Let's try this again. Hello, Hinton. Good to see you. The interactive dog toilet has a back button. This is for the credit screen. We're working on the credit screen right now. We have already added the pettable dog. Our game has a pettable dog now.
It can now be a real game.
Yes. But it's not a good game until we have a flushable toilet. It is merely an acceptable game. Yeah, this still isn't quite working. Let's see if we add another row of shadow here. If that works, or if I should just give up on this. It seemed like a good idea, but maybe it's not quite working out. That's not bad. I kind of like that. Just use the lasso. Oops. I wish it would remember what folder I was last in. That would be cool. I wonder what system version they invented that feature in. Artwork. Okay. Actually, credits is not what I want. Well, yeah, let's start in the credits. Copy. Paste. Oh, no. I have a feeling it is pasting. It's just not visible. 156, 328. Yeah. I have pasted multiple back buttons here.
Oops. Choose your weapon.
We only need one. Oh, shoot. I forgot what the numbers were. Does anyone remember?
No.
Okay. It's fine. I can always tweak it later. I'm kind of thinking over here. Maybe over here. Maybe we should just go ahead and do this now. Like on this side, we'll maybe have in some slightly fancier text a thank you for playing our game message. Mm-hmm. And then the actual text box will be dedicated to the credits. Just that's the thing I can think of that makes the most sense to put in this area. Like we can't have a screen that's just text. So we can shrink this, but it still has to be here. So I figure we might as well make use of it to some degree. So yeah, let's go ahead and make that text that says thank you for playing our game. We'll also drop this into a separate object. Just in case we end up needing another back button, we'll name this credits back button. We need to make sure, it would be very funny if you can pick up the back button, but we want to make that immobile. No, the back button is extremely valuable. You can't pick it up, but if you could, you'd be rich. Okay. No game can ever feature a screen that is all text. Wow. What am I doing? Mac Paint. So we're going to have some text that is probably Palatino or Times. We're so limited in fonts. I wonder when they added more fonts. I wonder if there's a version of Mac Paint that has more fonts. Centered. Thank you for playing our game. Let's see. Times is pretty good. It's probably going to be Times. It's not bad. Chicago is really only good at 12 point. Okay, let's try this in like a little bit narrower, like 1 word per line, since we're playing our game. Yeah. Games. World builder. We don't really need to save everything separately, but just in case I ever screw up, it's nice to have them back up. Did I put that in the scrapbook? I just did that, and then immediately forgot. Okay. Once again, it's way over here. I don't know why it does that. That's such a weird spot to put that in. Okay, and then we can remove this. And then we have a little more space for our credits as well. I was going to move that to a different object, but actually there's no reason to do that because that doesn't need to be clickable or interactive in any way. Okay. So now we have our little Easter egg text and our back button that should both be in the correct scene already. And we just need to add some code that deals with those. Right, I kind of forgot about this whole thing. So we have this thing where we... the game doesn't really support this idea of going somewhere and then going back to where you were. So we have this variable that keeps track of the last room you were in. Each room is assigned a number, and then when you go back from the credits, you'll be returned there. And then we're gonna also use this for somewhat more interesting things. Oh yeah, I added some text so that you can no longer drop things in the credits. While it would be funny, I figured we might as well prevent the player from doing that, especially because since the graphic area is very narrow, most things you drop there would not be visible. So if you try to drop something, you'll get a message that says, "This is the credits. Please try to keep the space tidy. Thank you for understanding." So we already have handling of going back. If you type back or close or return, then you'll go back. We also want to handle if you click on credits back button or okay, and that should just work. Once again, text ruins all our fun. Oh right, we also want to add our isix button interaction. Let's go ahead and do that now. So if text equals search, so that handles the default search command, and then we're going to also allow clicking on the isix graphic that's hidden in the corner, then exit. And we will print think I already wrote some text to be here. Where is that? I'm looking through my notes. I swear I made a note about this. I have a lot of notes. Oh, okay. I did make a note about the text we could have here. This is the credits. You can't just wait. What's this? I'm so not used to typing on this keyboard. It's quite small, but in the corner, someone has written the word physics. That's odd. Oh, I didn't spell that right. And then maybe you can only do the isix command here. I'm trying to decide if you should be able to do that from anywhere. But since we have a whole other room to add for that, we won't worry about that yet. And then the other thing I wanted to do on this screen is change the commands menu. And we could also intercept other commands like I did with drop, but it's maybe not that important. So for now, I won't worry about it. Oh no, a syntax error. Oh, I forgot a closing curly bracket. Okay. Right, I need to copy some code. A thing I frequently do when programming anything is, instead of having to remember how to do something, I simply copy some code from somewhere else that I did it already and then change it.
That's how I made my first GeoCities webpage. Mm-hmm. I copy other people's HTML.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I feel like that's how everyone learned how to write HTML back then. Mm-hmm. I don't know how they do it now. Things are very different now.
Is it still HTML?
HTML still exists. That is still, I would say, now? I think some people might argue that the primary way to create websites now is perhaps JavaScript. But ultimately, the JavaScript has to create HTML to display things on the page. Okay. So I would disagree with that personally. But yeah, HTML still exists, and you can sometimes still learn how to write it by looking at other web pages, though often web pages that are, like if you go look at the code for like Facebook or Twitter or something, like that's a mess. You're not going to learn anything looking at that. Anyway, so this very long line here is creating the default menu, and then I added a credits command at the very end of that. So we're going to delete almost all of this. Well, actually, we are going to delete all of this. We do want the search option. And then we'll have our back. Oops. So we're leaving in the search option, just as a little hint that this is a thing you can actually do here. Culinary says, JavaScript can emit HTML, but is not a substitute. Yes. Always close your curly boys, indeed. So I think we can go ahead and take a look at what we've done here. Should be a language that writes all the other languages for me. So we've got a nice thank you for playing our game message. It might be 1 pixel too far to the left, but it's close enough. I'll probably measure and tweak it later. We got our back button, which works. Fantastic. And we have our commands menu. Back should work there as well. And then we have our search option. This is the typo. This is the credits. You can't just wait. What's this? It's quite small, but in the corner, someone has written the word Isix. That's odd. Oh, I put a quote mark here. That's not correct. And then you can also click on these stray pixels here. Got an error. Hello. You rolled the credits. Does that mean the game is done? No. We just wound up here. I had some things I wanted to do in the credits, so we're just poking at that for now. And then, like, you can still do north, south, whatever, but I don't think I'm going to worry about that since we've taken them out of the commands menu. Most people aren't going to type them here anyways. Oh, you still have the weapons menu. I can't really do anything about that. We could completely disable the weapons menu. But since we want our rapier sharp wit to be a weapon that you perhaps never use in this way, we want that to be visible. But the game responds, there's no one to fight, which is true in the credits. Okay. Let's see. I had some typos to fix there. And then we'll talk about what's next. Scene code. This is the credits. Okay. Thank you for that shout out. Hope your streams have been going well, Kyle.
Also, hello to Xenolon.
Oh, Xenolon. Yes, I did not see you come in there. Hello. I hope you're doing well. And yes, your name is in the credits. Along with all the other great folks that have helped out here. And what I've been doing every week is on Saturday, I take a little time to rewatch the stream and make sure I've added everybody in the credits that made any sort of suggestion. And then also I, kind of polish up whatever we worked on the day before. So I had a note that search should give additional details on most screens, which is a thing I like in general. But I don't think we'll worry about that right now. Ooh, got ice cream.
Yes.
I thought I heard you getting into the ice cream. It is Ice Cream Friday after all. Mm-hmm. Okay, so other things we have to do. There's quite a few, but I think the thing we want to work on next is our battery plant puzzle. I'm thinking, because does this actually make sense to work on next? I guess the thing that makes sense to immediately work on is the first room in the house. So I'll start filling that in. And I don't want to have too many rooms inside the house. So it's I'm trying to keep things contained so this doesn't take too long to wrap up the game. But there's also a lot of things I've thought of to put inside the house. I'm just thinking right now if we might end up having to add a third room. My thought is we'll have an entryway. And then we'll have a bathroom with our flushable toilet.
You don't want to have the front door just immediately lead into a bathroom?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh no, you forgot to buy ice cream. Ooh, secret door behind a bookcase. That is fun.
Flush the toilet to go into the sewer.
So, yeah, maybe we'll have 3. So let's see. Things I want in the house. We want our bathroom with flushable toilet, which is a component of a puzzle. Somewhere we need to obtain a book in the house, our Electrolyptus plant book. And then I had previously been thinking that there would be a person somewhere in the house, because I want to have at least one person in the game that you can talk to, or maybe not necessarily, like maybe you're not actually choosing words or anything like that, but you can interact with them in various ways, because I just want to kind of explore that within World Builder. Because it's something it doesn't give you a lot of tools to handle, but I think we can kind of push what it's capable of a little bit and do some interesting things with it. So we'll have an entryway. And maybe that entryway has a bookshelf. And, that's where you can get the Electrolyptus plant book. And probably a different book on the shelf will be the one you need to pull to reveal the hidden passage. And then in the hidden passage, we can have the person back there. Ooh, and that's also where you can get the cell phone, maybe. I forgot, but that's another thing I was thinking we would put inside the house. Because we don't want the player getting that too early. It's fine if they did, because there's other things they have to do in order to use it. But I think we want to make sure they solve all the other stuff we've put in place before they get the phone. And then the bathroom, we have the toilet. The toilet water is a necessary item to obtain. And I'm trying to think if there was anything else I wanted to do in there. I think that's it. Okay, so let's start on the entryway. I'm just catching up on chat here. Xenolon, I'm glad I immediately answered your question about flushable toilet. This is very important. Thank you for the flush on Secret Crush.
I'm just doing my part to remind people that the sound redeems exist.
Yes, they are there. You can play a sound instantly. I added a couple more instant play sounds, grunting and troll hit. In addition to the 4 we had last week, which are flush, hello, thanks, and waterbird or loon, if you prefer, which I do.
Does not.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks, Val. And then if you choose play other sound, you can choose from the full list of World Builder sounds that you can find on robotspacer.tv. Those I have to open up my soundboard for, but that's easy and fun to do. There's some freebies for you. All right, let's add a room. So we got totally normal house. And then we're going to add our entryway right here. Slow this down a little more. Okay. It's very hard to scroll slowly in here. Things are getting a little cramped together. We're going to need more room. So let's move everything down once again. And then this is going to be entryway, we'll call it. For now, at least. Scene data. So the bathroom you'll be able to just go into. So maybe we'll have that off to the right. Or maybe that's straight back. Because I think I want to have the bookcase be on the side. Just the way I'm picturing the scene, I think having the bookcase off to the side makes more sense. And then the other thing I'm struggling with is I'm picturing this entryway with the staircase, but I don't want people to go up the stairs because then I have to put an upstairs room in.
Right.
I could do the Maniac Mansion goof and have a sign that says the stairs are out of order. Let's see. They can go south. They can go east. They can't go west. And then north will be bathroom. Oh wait, no. We need to close off east because they need to open the passageway first. There was no flushing sound when poor Jared had to make use of the outhouse in Gold Rush. I still have not ever played Gold Rush. One of these days, we'll do a stream where Unsecret Crush and I play that together.
Yay.
But I don't know when that will be. Yes, we have to make sure not to accidentally flush ourselves down the toilet. Also, hello, Edenwaith. It's great to see you. Silver says, this just reminds me that I should finish that Mac Ventures game template, but that requires time. Yeah, time, our greatest enemy. Okay, let's go ahead and add the bathroom in here. See data. So this room, they can only go south from. Hello, Efton. Thank you for the flush. Hope you're doing well. What should our secret room be called?
What are the features of the secret room going to be?
Hello.
What will you find there?
Thank you for the low, Efton. The sounds are back. Yes. I turned them off for Tuesday just because I wasn't sure if I wanted that. But yeah, I will definitely continue to have them available for these World Builder streams. What were you asking? I forgot already.
Do you have a plan for the secret room? Like, is there something you will find there? Could that help guide what type of room it is?
Right. My thought was that the person you can encounter would be in there. And that maybe the cell phone would be in there. I'm thinking about it more now, and I wonder if actually the cell phone you should be able to get without finding the secret room. And maybe the secret room is like a library, and that's where you get the electrolyptus. But then I'm going to have to draw even more bookshelves, and that sounds like a lot of work. So what kind of room? Safe room. Interesting. Let's see. What would be a good room, good type of room to have just a person hanging out in?
Den? Kitchen?
I mean, a hidden kitchen doesn't really make sense.
A hidden room specifically, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, what other kind of rooms are hidden other than, like, a panic room or a library, though? Like a study.
I guess it'd be kind of a study. Like there's a desk there and like a chair or something. I like that. Secret room contains vintage Cabbage Patch dolls and Garbage Pail Kids trading cards. Those would be very high value items, I imagine. My friend made a secret room in his game and put himself there. Nice. Okay, so we'll go ahead and create this room and we'll call it study for now. We can always change that. We're not gonna work on this room quite yet. I just want to go ahead and fill things in here. In this room, you can only go west from. Okay. So this will be hopefully our entire inside the house area. And we'll start with the entryway. I just remembered we also need a light bulb inside the house. I need to make notes because I keep forgetting things. And that's going to keep happening. Okay, so things inside the house. Light bulb, cell phone, person, the Electrolyptus book, I feel like I've already forgotten something.
I don't know. I wasn't listening well enough to what you already said.
That's fine. Well, I've got a list. Once I finally remember, I can add to it. Let's start drawing this entryway. So I'm thinking about this staircase. Like I'm picturing this room with a staircase, and if there's not a staircase there, I feel like this room would look so plain. So maybe I should just do it. I'm trying to think of what, like, the staircase could be partially collapsed, but that sounds challenging to draw, especially with these tools. We could do the Maniac Mansion goof, where there's a sign on it that says the stairs are out of order. I could just not draw. Maybe I could have like a painting on the wall or something to add some visual interest. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's start by, I've not been doing this, but I'm gonna do it in this case. I've done a couple little sketches, but I haven't really drawn out any rooms. I'm just gonna like sketch out a very rough idea of what I'm imagining for this room, just because it's easier to do on paper than it is to do with these tools, and that'll give me a guide for what I'm trying to create with these tools. So like we're basically in a hall, and there's going to be a door on the back wall that goes to the bathroom. I don't know that I like the way this is looking. It's such a weird hallway. Maybe the bookcase should be on the back wall. Maybe that makes more sense. It'll also be a little bit easier to draw, because the books can just be straight rectangles. And then this is the door to the bathroom over here. And then I guess this wall just has like a picture on it or something. I mean, obviously it could just be blank. I feel like if there's not something there, this room looks so boring. Like the way I was picturing it with the stairway seems so much more interesting. But I don't want this to be a big house. I'm just going to try another little sketch. Like I was picturing kind of a... staircase going up, like a railing. And then... door over here. I guess kind of no matter what I do with this room, it feels weird to just have this area that's very hallway like, but that just ends as opposed to going off into a larger area. Maybe I shouldn't worry so much about a super small number of rooms, and I could just, try to keep them very simple.
Make it an open plan house. It's one big room, baby.
But like, if this just goes off into another room, what does that even look like? Maybe I need to do a Google. House entryway.
Silver has observed the item that you have left on the desk and not said anything about.
That is an accordion, yes. We'll talk more about that in a bit. But thank you for noticing my accordion.
Hotel retro. Do they not like accordions? Or do they like accordions very much?
Okay, this is kind of nice. All right, this is more elaborate than what I was picturing. I'm gonna draw a simplified sketch of what I'm looking at here.
Mike's about to enter his weird phase.
But there's like this stairway that goes up like this. And there's a railing here. And my thought is we could put the bookcase up here on this upper balcony type of area. And then down here we have... I'm trying to think of where we want the bathroom to be. We could just have, like, this is a open area. Like, we could just say, there's nothing interesting back there. We don't have to have a reason. And then the doorway to the bathroom is right here. And this is, I don't know, we'll have like a little table here or something. Pedestal, I don't know. So yeah, I kind of like that. And again, this is the bookshelf up here. Okay. Oh, Retro also has an accordion. Nice. Steve Milan said Mike's about to enter his weird phase. I feel like that happened a long time ago. I was definitely much weirder in high school. But I did buy this accordion. I got it around 2000. So around I'm trying to remember exactly when this was. It was very, very early, like 2000, 2001. I mentioned previously, I started a business with a couple of friends, a design company, and kind of the main thing we ended up working on as a group was a game demo for a children's game. And I'm pretty sure I bought this accordion specifically to use for music for that game. I'm not positive that's correct, but that is the main thing I ended up using it for. And then last week we talked about having some music on the death scene. And we don't have any sounds built into World Builder, or that came with World Builder, that really work good for that. All the little musical flourishes are more upbeat. And last week I was saying that I didn't think we wanted to get into recording our own sounds, but...
Just kidding.
Just kidding. I have dug out my accordion, my toy accordion, which I'll give you a better look at it. It says first act in 2 different fonts. I don't know what's up with that. It's got this very lovely purple finish. And I keep wanting to play it, but I'm like, wait, I should turn the sound down a little bit before I do that.
Yeah, it is kind of like bowling.
Oops. So the thing I don't know is how we can get a good, like, I want to keep it very short and just kind of like eerie to put on our death scene. It's really hard to get a good everything sounds too upbeat, like... I can't get anything that sounds eerie enough.
Is it possible to play the accordion in an eerie fashion? Like, I can't think of an accordion.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem.
I can't think of an accordion too that's not jaunty. Yeah, can you play any minor chords?
I mean, I'm trying all the different options I can. Like, I was in a band for many years. I have written and recorded a variety of songs. I'm like, you say play some minor chords, that, like, musical terms are meaningless to me. Like, I get what you mean, like, in a very general sense, but like beyond that, I don't know. And you know, this is like, it's a very simplified instrument. I'm honestly not sure exactly what these I don't know anything about how a real accordion works.
You are a self-taught toy accordion player.
But like, you know, these give me different notes. And then yeah, I guess this, I don't know. I don't know how to describe any of this. But my thought was, like, I don't want to spend a ton of time screwing around with music on stream. But I thought I would share that today, and then, you know, maybe off stream I can spend a little time trying to come up with something that works really well, and then, you know, next week or whenever I can, you know, on stream, like, play it, do the recording. I did actually spend some time making sure we could do this. So basically what we'll end up doing is I can record it just in like QuickTime Player or whatever, any audio program I have on my Mac here, and then save it as an AIFF file. In the NAP, I can import into a app called Sound Edit Pro. I actually have to use a different version of Mac OS because it won't run on the version we're doing the game in. But that I can use to open the AIFF file and save it in Sound Edit format. And Sound Edit format is the format that World Builder comes with a utility that can convert that format into the game's own sound format. So I did a little test, and it should all work. And then we'll have our own little sounds in the game. I don't want to go too wild with it. Like I said, we'll just use short little clips. The other thing I dug up from the basement was this lovely little Casio VL Tone electronic musical instrument. Which I didn't think it worked at first, but it does actually. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Oh, there's different modes. First of all, there's a calculator mode, which I love.
What?
You can see the keys all have tiny numbers, and like here's multiply, subtract, add.
What?
So you can in fact use this as a calculator.
Is this for Math Rock?
So there's 2 times 4. Where's equals?
Is this where Math Rock comes from?
Oh, is that equals? Yeah. Equals 8. And then there's, I assume this is short for record, but it just makes this very bad sound before every key. I don't know what it does exactly. I do have a little manual, but then this is normal mode. So this is another option for making sounds. We have, I don't think we would want to use this, but we can do like a little little rock music there, or let's see, we can get some bossa nova or samba. And then we have a variety of instruments to choose from. We have piano, fantasy, violin, flute, guitar, and then there's one labeled ADSR. This is very weird. I don't know what ADSR stands for. If anyone does or cares to Google it, please let me know what you learn. But yeah, that's another option. Basically, I'll fool around and see what I can come up with, and then hopefully next week I can maybe I'll come up with a few options I can present to you all, and then we can choose from those. My thought is I want to have at least one like death scene sound, so that when we go to our game over screen, we can have a little sound that plays on there. Something that's a little. I hope I can figure out a way to make these instruments do an upsetting sound in some way.
Wikipedia offers ADSR envelope. In parentheses, it says attack, decay, sustain, release. A common type of music envelope. And then if I click on that, it takes me to the article for envelope music, which explains in far more words Explain sound and music. An envelope describes how a sound changes over time. ADSR is the most common envelope generator. The most common kind of envelope generator has 4 stages: attack, decay, sustain, and release.
Right. Interesting.
I don't know if this answers your question, really, but it's a thing.
Does it have the classic Casio samba on it? We did have a little samba. I don't know if it's necessarily what you're referring to. That's the samba we have. We can also change the tempo. And then there's also a music button. Sorry, that's a little loud. And another feature I really enjoy is one key play. Oh, sorry, we're still on the weird ADSR mode. Basically, you can mash one button over and over, and it will, give you something that sounds kind of musical. Thank you for that follow a minute ago. Welcome. It's great to have you here. A little less high fidelity than you remember. I'm not surprised. Okay. Let's start drawing this little scene
Silver
here.
shared the manual in Discord, and I am I'm skimming over it, and this to me is all very much I ain't reading all that. Sorry that happened to you, or congratulations.
Yeah, I do have the actual manual for it here, but
like there's graphs and shit. Like I don't think I have the background to comprehend any of this, so I'm not even going to try.
All right, let's start drawing this entryway here. I think I'm going to start by just kind of roughing in the overall shape of things here. Because this is going to be... I talked about trying to simplify stuff, but then I drew something that's kind of complicated. Which is very, very me move. But what you going to do?
Now that you've begun drawing a room, should you maybe think about taking a break?
I did think about it, and then I decided I would start drawing this room first.
Okay.
But I will do that relatively soon. I just wanted to get started roughing this in. Probably should have just made that a rectangle. Maybe I'll do it over. Actually, let's go ahead and draw this upper balcony area. I want to have a little bit of that visible up there. What's this about a cat? There's a cat in the manual?
Yeah, the
Nice.
thing Silver posted is maybe also kind of somebody's blog post.
Oh, okay.
And it opens with a picture of their cat.
Nice. I was gonna say I don't remember seeing a cat in my manual, but
Yeah, it's not just a PDF of the manual itself.
right. It's the same synth used in Da 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 by Trio. Nice. Yeah, it does.
That beat sounded very familiar.
Yes.
And I was like, if you slow that down, does it become Da Da Da? Also, hello, don't call me late for dinner.
Yes. Welcome. Let's see. Which thing
Samba?
was that? Was it Samba?
Maybe? That's the one we were talking about
Let's
before.
see. We hit rhythm. I'm just going through all of them.
that's it.
That's the one. That's swing, I think is what I hit. Wait, no. Four beat. No?
You
Wait.
had it.
Oh, okay. Rock 1. That's delightful. Thank you for sharing that. Just check the music video on YouTube. Nice. So thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay. Some more polygons in here. I think I need to move this over more. Trying not to worry about getting everything perfect. I just want to like get all the basic shapes in there, and then I can tweak them. Okay, so like there's stairs going up here, and then they go off in the other direction to go up further. So we need, I guess this will just be a wall on this side of the stairs. That probably makes sense. Baltimore! Hello! Welcome, y'all. I hope you're doing well. I was lurking a little bit at the beginning of your stream, but I did not have time to stop and chat. But I hope y'all had fun playing Uncharted. And if anyone is not following Baltimore, I would highly recommend it, especially he does a series called Midweek Point and Click on, for me, it's Wednesday evening. If you're elsewhere in the world, it could perhaps be Thursday morning-ish, or sometime on Thursday anyway. But lots of same types of games I play here on that series. Also some Hitman and all kinds of other good things. We beat it. Nice.
Good thieving.
I was trying to figure out how to draw this stairway. I think the problem is maybe I should look at the reference photo I had to see what that looks like. Okay, yeah, I ain't gonna do that. The reference I have is a much more fancy and complicated situation than I'm trying to go for here. I think we'll just kind of have, like, maybe we can see a hint of the stairs here. And then this will just be like a wall, basically. That's a mess, but, we'll get there. And then up here, so I guess what I've done to myself here is we are going to have an upstairs, and from downstairs we'll just have a hint of the bookcase up there. So for now I'll just draw a rectangle.
You were saying you didn't want to have a whole bunch of rooms.
Yeah.
I can't believe that nobody, including us in this room, thought of the time-honored trick of just have a bunch of doors that don't open.
Yeah,
They're
that are jammed. Yeah. That is something I had previously thought of.
Uh-huh.
But like I specifically, like, when I started trying to figure out what this room looked like, it felt so weird to have just like this entryway area that just either ends or has just a door. Like, I don't know, it just feels so weird.
Sure.
Like this archway in the sketch seems more normal to me. Obviously, we don't have have to have a house that is normal. But I guess, like, I had an idea of this room in my head, and I wanted something that looks kind of nice. So I'm okay with, there's an archway here, but you can't actually go back there or whatever. If you try to go that way, the game is just like, there's nothing interesting back there. There's a lot of different ways we can handle it. Stairs that don't open is just as good. Also a valid option. But my thought now is, so we have this entryway. The bathroom will be off to the right here. You'll be able to go up to the stairs, and then we'll have just a hallway up there. That might have some doors that are jammed, just to make it feel a little less weird. And then our secret passage will be behind this bookcase that you can see from here. And those will be our main areas in the house. I think that's enough. I forgot to say hello to Siku. Good to see you. And hello, Jabberwocky. For some reason, I joined the stream and it feels like the Brady Bunch house. Fascinating. I can't think of what the entryway to the Brady Bunch house looks like.
I mean, they have stairs. That's about all I got.
Hello, Pixel Turkey. Great to see you. Can you give Pixel Turkey a shout out?
Sure.
Just lurking, listening while pottering around the house. Nice. I hope you are doing well. Okay, so let's... I'm just going to continue drawing in walls here, and then I'll figure out how to do this archway. And then at some point, we need to have a room where there's a light bulb and you can take the light bulb, and that will make the room become very dark. I guess maybe you should be able to turn off the light switch before you take the bulb.
Honestly, that kind of just seems like busy work.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe. We'll figure that out when we get there, I suppose. Let's draw this as a rectangle.
Could be a fun death, that's true.
Maybe I want this to go... Oh, so like you die if you don't turn it off first?
Sure. Maybe your hand was a little bit wet and you didn't realize it. Can't take the bulb right after turning it off. Need to wait for it to cool down.
It's so hot you've died. Okay. Oops. Wrong way. There we go. Yeah, it's not great, but it's fine. Let's draw this archway. What's up with all the new coins to redeem? Those are all different sound effects you can play. If you...
Hello.
Thank you for the hello. If you choose most of them, you will immediately play the sound indicated in all caps, which is one of the World Builder sound effects we have to choose from in our game. Thank you for the troll hit. There is also a play other sound, and if you go to... Thank you for the grunting, Efton. If you go to robotspacer.tv, thank you for the loon or waterbird, then you can choose from a very long list, and the other sounds I will have to click a button on my soundboard, but I enjoy doing that, so don't feel bad about it. it is slightly more work for you as well. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a way that I could make all of the sounds available. Honestly, the biggest... Thank you for the troll hit, Jabberwocky. The biggest problem I have doing art in this is, like, I want to spend time on it and make it look good, make it look realistic. But I'm trying to, simplify it somewhat so I don't, spend hours and hours and hours just drawing one room, and it's very tricky to do that. Yeah, I think I like this better. So the arch is centered in this back wall. Okay. So this is a little weirdly shaped. I should fix that. I mean, I guess it should get a little bit bigger as it gets closer. Something looks odd about it. Hinton says, I only do things that are easy. That is a very smart move. I unfortunately do not take that approach. In fact, I would say I'm incredibly talented at making everything much harder. Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to decide if I'm happy with the basic shapes I've put in here. Jabberwocky, thank you so much for that cheer. The Swamp Gator loves those bits. We'll get there eventually. I should probably stop fussing with that. It's fine. Okay. We'll say that's fine. And then I'll just start putting in more details here. So we're going to have a door over here to the bathroom. I'm trying to decide how to handle this arch. Like, I don't want this line here. So I could basically draw over the entire arch. That might be the easiest approach. I could kind of fudge it and cover up the line. I think I'm going to try drawing over it. Because I also want to draw the inside of this wall. Let's see, where's the horizon line here? guess it's kind of ended up high up, huh?
Can't you just put the horizon line wherever you want?
I mean, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what what makes sense for all the lines I have already drawn. Oh, this is very sloppy. Let's see if I can fix it up, though. Oof. I'm just gonna delete that. And I'm gonna try to do this arch just with the actual oval tool. We'll see how it works out. Okay. And then we will take some rectangles that do not have a pen stroke and just cover up these lines we don't want. Perfect. Actually, this line I could maybe just leave there. Like that looks believable as, like, you know, the back wall of the room back there. I guess this line I want to get rid of also. This is very much a process, yes. I mean, I guess ultimately that's kind of all drawing is a little bit of a weird process. It's just this kind of forces you to do some atypical steps in the process. Remember drawing X-Wings with line tool in Photoshop on my childhood Mac. Nice. All right, that looks pretty good. And then I want to draw like a... Oops. I'm trying to think of how to describe what I am trying to draw here. Like a... What do you call the round thing on like a end of a stairway railing?
The round thing.
I mean, that I've described it, so there you go. That's what I'm trying to draw. And then like a pole here. Banister, but like this is like a specific part of the banister, right. I guess. Like this whole thing would be the banister, right?
Yeah.
Hinton says that's a Dwersler. That's it. Newell Post? Is that for real? I'm just going to assume you're not making it up.
It sounds believable.
All right, it's starting to look like something. We're getting there. It's probably time I took a break.
Yep.
So I'm going to do that. I'll be back in a few minutes, and I'll probably work on this a little. I don't think I'll finish this. I think since I've made this such a complicated scene, we'll do a little bit more, and then I'll finish it tomorrow off stream probably, just so we can make a little more progress. So maybe we'll move on to our bathroom next. I would love to get that started at least today. Back in a few. Hello. We spent most of our break playing with the accordion, and now on Secret Crush is continuing to do that. You're gonna provide music for the stream?
I'm trying.
Wonderful.
I can also stop.
Don't Call Me Late for Dinner said finial is the ball part, which is actually a term I've heard before.
Yeah, like, if there's a decorative top on, like, a lampshade or something, that's usually also called a finial.
And then Xenolon said a newel post is the decorative post at the end of the railing, so I guess that would be this component here.
Can you use
Also,
this?
Silver, thank you for the loon.
Okay. So this is... I'm learning about accordion, about which way you hold it.
I'm trying to decide what to do here. Let's put a doorknob on here.
The only accordion song I have been able to think of all day since Robot Spacer unearthed this from the basement is that one that the bird guy in Breath of the Wild plays, and that seems far too advanced for me to just try to noodle around with on this toy-sized accordion.
I gotta dig up the song I used that for. It was a pretty decent song.
So squeaky.
I don't think it was always that squeaky. Like, I kind of wonder if just that's like the plastic deteriorating or something.
Right. Are you supposed to, I don't know, lubricate an accordion?
I mean, this is a toy accordion. I don't know that it was made to last.
So I have absolutely no idea how loud this is. Like, is it drowning you out?
Where's my mic? Probably other people would be able to better answer that than I could. No one thought we would still all be here back then. That's true. Silver says it seems fine. Alright, I'll quit fussing with this doorknob. I feel like this arch is too low, but I'm wondering how hard it would be to fix that.
I feel like my soul is satisfied with the amount of accordioning I have done for now.
Okay.
Also, my pinky finger needs a
What have I
rest
done?
from stretching.
Oh no, I've ruined everything.
What'd you do?
I moved the wrong stuff. I'm fixing it. It'll be fine. We'll get through this.
Despite being a child's accordion, I find I needed to stretch my left hand a little bit more than was comfy to hit all the buttons. Hello, puppy dog.
Hello, Bee.
Does she approve of the accordion sounds? Xenon asks, no concept of layers here, I'm assuming. How do you know what you're selecting?
I got to do my best and hope it all works out in the end. But yeah, there's no, like, things are layered. We have send to back and bring to front. So, if something is, should be behind other stuff, I can fix that to some degree. It's a little bit of a pain at times. But yeah, selecting the right things is very tricky. There's no grouping. I can't look at a list of my layers or anything like that. It is possible to do art in another program. I have occasionally been doing some things in Mac Paint, but I've been trying to keep most things vector art, just to keep the file size down. Which, isn't super important, but if we want this to be playable on an actual computer, then it is somewhat important. You do have the option of using Super Paint, which I do have, but mostly I decided to not do that just as a way of preventing me from going too overboard with the graphics, which, to some degree is just making things harder on myself, but, whatever. It's fine. Super Paint can do vector graphics, to be clear. And, you can import stuff from there into here and retain the vectors and everything. I have not used Super Paint in a long time, so I don't know exactly what it offers to make things easier, but I'm sure it is a much more full-featured drawing program than what's in here. All right, that's fine. It's still not quite what I was going for, but it's fine. Is that better or worse? Maybe a little bit better. All right, what's next? Something about this looks so weird, but I'm trying to not worry about it too much. What? I'm expecting Robot Spacer to pull out more and more interesting instruments every week now. I hate to disappoint you, but those are probably the most interesting ones I have. Let's see, what else do I have in the house? I have a number of different guitars. My good guitar is pretty nice. I especially like the case. It's a very nice, tan color on the outside and this bright pink fur lining, which I love. The guitar itself is red and orange. Let's see. I also have an acoustic guitar and another guitar that's technically not mine. That's got some Star Wars stickers on it. And I think that's all my guitars. You have a guitar also, right?
I don't know where it is.
Okay.
I don't know if it's here or if it's back at my mom's house.
Right.
I haven't played it in 15, 20 years maybe.
What else do I have? I have a big keyboard that, much like this tiny keyboard, is really more my brother's, but it hangs out here now, which is fine. That's in the garage, and I don't know if it's still working. I hope it still works. I'm trying to think of if I have any other musical instruments. I can't think of anything.
We do still have our Rock Band controllers.
True.
Does those count?
I mean, you couldn't really make music with them without just playing the game.
I suppose.
So I don't know that they do count. Surprise saxo boom. What the heck is a saxo
I do not
boom?
know what a saxo boom is.
Okay, what I should clean up this mess here. Guess I'll just reshape this polygon. I'll see where that gets me. I cannot stress enough how difficult it is to tell what I'm doing at any given time. Like, is this a straight line? I don't know. Maybe. I cannot see the line. In this case, I can see where the points are at least. So I just have to trust that the points are giving me an accurate understanding of what the line looks like.
I guess a saxoboom is a toy saxophone made by Kawasaki.
Okay, interesting.
We could get one from eBay.
Hey, look at that. I almost did what I meant to do. I'm just going to move this all over here. Okay. Pretty good. Let's kind of line this up.
Apparently, saxobooms, while manufactured as a toy in the late 90s, are highly sought after collector's items.
Nice.
And it is possibly Jack Black's fault.
Okay, that works. Starting to look like something.
Totally normal house.
Yeah. Better start buying more instruments to keep us entertained, I guess. I suppose so. Is that better or worse? I would say for me, at least 50%, probably more, of any artistic process is me going, I should stop fussing with this, and then I fuss with it some more. But I do feel it's an important part of the process.
Hinton says, I think we need to stick a toilet in this foyer and cut our losses.
Okay, let's stop here for now on this room, in the drawing of it. Let's put some text in. You're standing in the entryway of a completely normal house. Let's see. I was going to start to list the ways you can go from here, but I want to keep that in a separate paragraph. To your left is a stairway leading up to the east. There's a door to the east. And I'm trying to think of how to deal with this back room. There's an arch. How would you describe this? An arched
doorway?
I guess so. Doorway. Leading north. But there's nothing interesting there. We can improve that description later. It's fine for now. This door should be openable. So I'm gonna do my best to select these items. And then we'll create a bathroom door. I knew it. I missed one. There we go. What if you just recreated the house from Mothered? I don't know what that looks like.
I'm looking into it. It is a horror game available on Steam. That is the result of my preliminary research.
Okay.
An immersive first-person horror adventure where you play the role of Liana, a young girl who arrives home after major surgery and is met with a strange mannequin claiming to be her mother.
It's a totally normal house. Got it.
Also, the aesthetic of this is very reminiscent of a lot of the haunted PS1 demo disc games.
Ah, nice. I know I've heard of that, but I can't quite picture it at the moment.
It appears to be on your wish list already.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by this. Okay, so now I'm going to draw the open door state. Since I put the handle on the far side, I guess it opens this way, which feels a little bit weird, but I don't hate it. Let's just start that over. Yeah, that's better. Does the Unsecret Spacer household have Twitch Prime, Amazon Prime? That the Beast Inside game is free right now. Seems like it might be up Robot Spacer's alley. No, we do not have that. Val said they're also unrelated.
Oh, Silver said mothered.
Oh, mothered and remothered. Okay.
Really weird, but intriguing.
Got it. Interesting. Okay, so this needs to have a doorknob on it as well. Don't want our doorknob suddenly disappearing because the door is open. And I suppose we should give our door a little bit of depth. Certainly we could get away with not doing that, but... Oops. So close. Oh, God. Okay. We're getting there. Oh, I went too far. All right, that's good enough for now. Ah, jeez. Now, how do I select all this? Okay, I'll just redraw that. That's fine. This we should rename bathroom door closed. And we'll have bathroom door open. The Beast Inside is another one that sounds kind of familiar. Actually, I kind of think that game like frequently comes up when I'm trying to search for the Beast Within. That might be the main way I've heard of it. Okay. Let's do some fills here.
Oh, that's that Fable game.
Fable game?
Am I right? Am I wrong? Are you talking about the Beast Inside?
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about.
F-Tong's comments say Telltale based on a comic book, so I put all those things together.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Were we talking about that on a previous stream?
I feel like it's come up, but I don't remember any more than that.
Yeah, I used to read those comics. I just stopped keeping up with them at some point, but I found them enjoyable. I guess mostly I stopped keeping up with comics in general.
But also, isn't that Wolf Among Us?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Beast Inside is not Fable.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with Fable. Yeah, it's a good texture. I like that one. Okay. Yeah, sure. That's fine. Okay. It's a door. So next, let's go ahead and add that interactivity. Since we went to the trouble to create the objects, we might as well make them work right now. So object data, door closed, is going to start in the entryway scene. It's worthless. It's immobile. Door open is invaluable. Starts out in storage. Also immobile. Okay. So this is just going to be a door you click and it opens. Like there's no reason to have it be any more complicated than that. I'm just going to open up the code I did for the greenhouse door, just to make sure I'm handling everything in the same way. Okay. So we basically want all this code. Oh yeah, we also actually want this lead at the top. We need to add some rooms to our list of rooms we're keeping track of. So 7 will be entryway. 8 will be bathroom. I'm trying to remember how high a variable can go. I think it's pretty high. Okay, so bathroom door, I guess. I'm going to remove close from this just to be consistent with what I did for the greenhouse door. Yeah, that's also what I did with the book drop. Just makes things easier to keep track of if I'm consistent. Okay, so if bathroom door is in the scene and they click on bathroom door or type open, then we will move bathroom door to storage, and we will move bathroom door open to the scene. I guess we'll do a creak. I don't know. We can take that out if we decide it's not necessary here. If every door creaks, it might be too much. Although, now that I'm saying this, maybe it would make more sense to have the bathroom door creak and we could remove the creak from the greenhouse door. It makes a little more sense to have a spooky creak inside the house, I feel like. Open the door to the bathroom. I guess we'll just say you open the door, because you don't necessarily know what's behind the door until you go in. And then if the bathroom door open is already in the scene and they type east, then we'll move the player to bathroom. Both room, bathroom. And if they type east, when the door is not open, we say the door is closed. Oh, and then this has to be the correct number. 7 is our entryway. Noisy doors until lubed. That would be an interesting mechanic. Maybe you gotta quiet the doors down to keep the monster from spotting you. Hinton says, no such thing as too much. Everything should creak twice as much. Okay, so that should all work now. It was very easy thanks to the magic of copy and paste. Oh, we decided to rearrange how some things were after we created our map here. So let's move this around so it makes more sense. So west is the direction we can go automatically. And then the study is not going to be here yet. Upstairs hallway, I think is what we'll call that. I'm potentially open to having, we have this opening in the entryway, in the back of the entryway. I've decided I'm fine with just, having, if you try to go that way, the game just says there's nothing there. But if we think of a reason to actually add a room with there, then, we can do that. But for now, we will not have anything back that way. So let's block that off. We could have an automatic command, but that gives us less control over it, so I'm not going to do that. But we do want to have a response if you try to go north. And I'm just going to say you don't see anything of interest past the archway. Ooh, another thing I just thought of is, you know, we start out at this bus stop and there's this, you know, completely black void beyond it. We could do something weird like that inside the house. So maybe it's just a black void beyond the archway. I kind of like that. I'm gonna make a note about that. We'll come back to that idea when I have the art a little more finished. Like I'll experiment and see if that looks good. Okay. Let's go ahead and test things out here. I think we should be able to get inside the house and then open up the bathroom door now. You need to draw something super interesting in the archway to frustrate the player. What? What did I do?
I don't know.
It says I can't go east.
What did you do?
I don't know. I kind of wonder if I bet when I was moving all the rooms down, I screwed something up. Thank you, Bolt. Okay, so bus stop, yeah. Okay. I didn't move the library entrance down. So the game just, you know, this path wasn't blocked off, but since this was up here, you know, there wasn't a room east of the bus stop. Okay. There we go. Reach in box. Get bone. Go west. Unlock. Don't have the key. So there's that shorter creek that we have available to us. Give bone. Pet dog. Search. Take the key. Now have the normal key. Oops, I accidentally rested. Let's go east instead. Something I have in my notes is, like, the game has built in a rest command, which basically the game has a physical condition and a spiritual condition that it keeps track of. So resting would increase those slightly. And then we also have this status command that's, again, just kind of built in. It gives the character name, our experience, our wealth, which is based on the objects we have and their value, and then gives us our physical and spiritual condition. I feel like we might want to just overwrite those commands at some point and do something more custom with them. Just because we're not really making a game where any of this makes sense, I don't think. But I'm kind of just leaving that alone for now. It's not super important. We could also take the commands out of the menu, but that's a little bit annoying to do. Then we have to customize the menu on every screen. Uh-oh. So I clicked the door, but I don't think I unlocked it yet. Oops, I found another bug. We keep finding bugs, which is great. Oh, interesting. I can't go north, even though I've unlocked the door, or I've opened the door. Unlock door. Oh, no. I discovered a game-breaking bug. Let's close and start over. Like, the door has to be unlocked or we can't go north from there. But since I had already opened it, it was not possible to unlock it. So the game was just in a weird state. Oops. I don't think we programmed in closed door, Val. Otherwise, that's a great idea. That is an interesting thought. Is there a... Yeah, there is a close. We might want to do that at some point. That's something we can kind of save until later when we're doing, you know, final polishing of things. Now we unlock. And then we can open. Oh no! I love that the sound will continue if I leave and go back. Thank you for the Loon Culinary. Okay. Oh no! Oh!
What's going on?
I didn't program in going north. That's the problem.
How did you program going
Because
to the house?
it needs to have code to let you go north here because we have a door that can be opened or closed. Bolt, thank you for the loon. Okay. Whoops. We got bugs to fix. Unsecret Crush, thank you for the loon. Okay, so I opened the door even though it wasn't unlocked. Let's fix that first. Thank you for the flush bolt. Open door, where do we handle that? Okay, so if we click on the door, text equals open. Okay. So currently the code... Wait, what? Oh, I see. Okay. I think what happened here is a bad copy and paste. I copy and pasted too much code. So the way this is set up is as long as the closed door is present and you type unlock, it will set the variable indicating that the door is now unlocked and then print you don't have the key. So we just delete that. And then it should work correctly now. Oh, okay. Here is where we handle things the correct way. So if we have the key and we type unlock, then this keeps track of the door being unlocked. So we set that variable, and then it says you unlocked the door. Okay, great. Oh, cancel. We need to handle going north as well. Okay. I was thinking about this. We reused our door open variable to keep track of, like, we have this step where if our normal guy is in the scene, which is our creepy guy that's sometimes in the doorway, then you click on him once and you get kind of a warning. And I reused the door variable. Thank you for the hello, Hinton. But I think that was maybe a bad idea just because it complicates things in a weird way. So I think I'm going to undo that. And then we'll use D3 or since it's not really the door, we'll use G for guy. We'll use G1 to keep track of our guy. Normal guy. And 0 or less than 1 is no interactions. And 1 is clicked once. Copy and pasting has never broken my code before. I wish that were the case for me. Okay, so now we're going to do if G1 equals 1, then we die. And then down here we change, whoops, G1 to 1. Okay. And now we need to handle the normal going north case. So this code is so messy and hard to keep track of, but I'm just doing my best here. The tools I have available. So we're going to print, or no, we don't need to print anything. If text is north, we need to check our variable. Wait, do we handle this elsewhere? I guess we don't, because it just says you can't go north. So that's like the default message. Okay. So we need to handle both scenarios here. So first we'll do if the door is open. So that's D1. If D1 equals 1, then we move the player to entryway. And then exit. Otherwise, we will print the door is closed. And then we'll print our blank line. Thankfully, you have a lot of people in chat who think they know about coding who can help. I'm sure there are people in chat that know much more about coding than I do. I just make things up until they work, basically. That's my approach. All right, I think that's good. As I've mentioned many times, the limitations of this program result in code that makes it really hard to like look things over and say, yes, this is correct. You need to kind of go through everything line by line, and like whether or not you end an if statement with end or exit can make a huge difference on whether or not you've introduced a weird bug. But I think we're okay now. And the syntax is correct. So now we should be able to go through the door. Oh, wait. I did not check enough things there. Thank you for the grunting, Efton. We checked our door variable, but that's just whether the door is unlocked. That's not actually the right thing to check. I saw that and I got distracted by it, but that was the wrong thing to worry about. So we have normal door, and then normal door open is the other. Oh no, there is no normal door open. Okay. Just because the open state is kind of baked into the scene in this case. Maybe let's change that. Nah, I'm not gonna worry about it right now. We're gonna check if normal door is in storage, then we can go north. Otherwise, we print the door is closed. That should work right. Okay, now I think we can go inside. make sure we can't go in. The door's closed. Just try to unlock it. You don't have the key. Good. Try clicking on it. It's locked. Woof woof. Give bone. Pet dog. Search. Get our key. Now have the normal key. Unlock. You unlock the door. You open the door. Can we go in now? Hey, we made it in.
Yay!
You're standing in the entryway of a completely normal house. There's an arched doorway leading north, but there's nothing interesting there. To your left is a stairway leading up. There's a door to the east. And then we have that door opening. You open the door. Perfect. And if we go north, you don't see anything of interest past the archway. We can't go up yet. Let's see, just check our other directions. We should be able to go south to leave. And go back in. And then east takes us to our empty bathroom. Let's draw a toilet. Ah, it's getting so late already. Okay. What should this look like? I want it to be a viewpoint that's a little bit above the toilet, enough so that you can see that initially it is empty, and that once you flush it, it fills up with water again. Can you make it a party toilet? That would be difficult. You can do animation in this, but it's kind of hacky. So I've been trying to avoid it. I think I probably want to Google a reference here just to kind of get my brain working. I'm thinking just a very small, simple bathroom. Oh God, yeah, everything in Google is just like absurd large bathrooms. This one's actually not bad. Okay, I'll use that as reference.
That is a comically tiny sink.
It is, but I kind of like that. It's great.
Sure.
Oh, what? Okay. I think, again, I'm going to do a little sketch just to, like, y'all can see what I'm going to be drawing, and then also, it'll give me a chance to, think through what I want to change compared to this reference I'm looking at. So I kind of want to flop this. Can I do that in preview? Can preview do that? Flip horizontal. There we go. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm picturing here. Okay. So it's pretty simple. Thank you for the grunting, Efton. Just got a little toilet here. I think we'll have interactive toilet lid. Thank you for the flush, Efton. Yes, that was Efton. It's funny, I just assumed that was you. And then I was like, wait, I didn't actually look and see who that was. Okay, and then we have a toilet reservoir. Okay, so this has the button on top, but I think I want to do the at least to me more classic like little handle here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this drawing's messy, but you get the idea. And then there's like a little window back here in the drawing, which I kind of like, just to add some detail. And then there's a very tiny sink, which I love. I guess I'll do the same kind of like it. The one on the reference has like this kind of ceramic pedestal thing, which I think is fun. Oh, it's actually a surprisingly, for how tiny this is, the sink, it's got 2 faucets. What is going on here?
Enhance. It's
got 2 faucets, and then what is this thing? This is weird.
Soap dispenser?
I'm gonna,
wall-mounted soap dispenser,
since I'm talking about it so much, I'm gonna share a link to this in chat.
I feel like it's gotta be a wall-mounted soap dispenser just because there's no room on the edge of the sink to perch a freestanding soap dispenser.
AI generated bathroom. Yeah, like that makes sense, but the 2 faucets is kind of wild. Like, I guess one's hot and one's cold?
Maybe?
But I ain't gonna do that. I'm just gonna have a normal, like, faucet with a single knob on it. Yeah, I guess I was about to, like, draw, like, a medicine cabinet back here or something, but I think unless we have a reason to, like, put something in there, we won't bother to have anything like that just for decoration. Anyway, so that's my bad drawing of that picture I just shared in chat, flipped horizontally.
Yeah, I feel like I am remembering in my youth being in extremely old school buildings that had separate hot and cold taps.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting.
You know, I'm saying like 100 years ago, that's the only way you could get both.
Right. Like, I'm familiar with, you know, having a separate knob, but then they come out of the same faucet. But this has separate, like, completely separate faucets and knobs, which I don't think that I've ever encountered in real life myself. So it's very interesting. Okay. So, honestly, I did such a bad job with my drawing. I still need the photo reference here, especially for the toilet, because I want to get that looking roughly incorrect perspective. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I should alter the perspective here and have the back wall be straight, horizontal, just so the perspective isn't as, like,
perspective-y,
askew. Like, it doesn't really add much, and it'll make it easier to draw. Although that does kind of mean I can't really follow my reference. I think that'll be okay. I think that link goofed up my Twitch app. Oh no, I'm very sorry. It seemed like such a normal link to a picture. That's not what I meant to do. There we go. Is tap not a synonym for faucet?
I am saying that because Kyle and Era said I haven't seen that either. 2 taps, yes. 2 faucets, no.
Right. Like, yeah, I'm not sure either. Like, I guess if somebody says tap, I'm gonna kind of think of the thing as a whole. but I don't know if that's correct. Yeah, we're talking about water, not like a beer tap. Although,
Right,
I mean, it's basically the same
Sure.
type of thing, right?
I guess I always kind of thought of the concept of a tap as being like the entire apparatus with which you do something to handle and then water comes out. But now I'm like, I have not yet opened a tab, but I'm like spiraling thinking about the distinct word for the thing that you manipulate. Distinct from the thing that the water come out of.
Right. I guess a toilet just kind of demands a lot of ovals. Very roundy. Yeah, you know what else would be great is like an align option. To have these all aligned instead of having to eyeball it all the time. That's pretty decent.
Found an exploded diagram of a standard single-handle kitchen faucet, and
Nice.
It says that the part that you manipulate to turn on the water is called a faucet lever.
Okay.
And then the part that the water come out of is a faucet spout. This does not help me with understanding
That doesn't help at all.
what exactly a tap is.
Photoshop, you'll exist sometime soon. That's a great topic to think about. When did Photoshop 1.0 come out? I'm drawing a blank at the moment.
Hello.
Thank you for the hello, Efton. 1990. So yeah, this was 4 years before that. Though again, you know, if I wasn't being stubborn and installed Super Paint, we could probably do a lot of the things I'm wishing for here.
Okay, now I'm getting somewhere. A tap is a valve controlling the release of a liquid or gas.
Ah, okay.
Also spigot or faucet.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, that makes me think like it's more the internal part for like from like the technical, like the first definition you gave, but what we're talking about here, it's more referring to the faucet.
The thing the water come out of.
But ultimately you could kind of use it for either case.
Sure.
And I am also sorry you missed tap/faucet chat.
Everything that everyone is saying in chat and also everything that I am reading from Wikipedia seems to both agree with and contradict itself simultaneously.
I love that.
I am maybe done trying to learn about taps. I have taken in far too much information on this subject and I feel no better understanding. I think this is a problem where it's like a lot of people use different words for the same thing and there's not really a lot of reason for a layperson who is not a plumber or tradesman to understand the distinction. Taking your drink of knowledge straight from the tap, it seems. Yes, and I find it confusing.
And it says the whole thing gets called a tap in New Zealand, and mixer faucets have only become common here in my lifetime. Oh, interesting. Every sink in my house has two thingies when I was born. Interesting. Yeah, like now we've talked it all through more, I feel like the whole thing being called a tap is probably pretty typical here as well. But this, like the two separate taps for hot and cold seems unusual in my personal experience. Like even growing up. Actually, growing up, I feel like most of our faucets just had a single knob for hot and cold. But having two knobs but a single faucet is also extremely normal. Okay, let's give this thing... we could do a nice round rect for the reservoir, I think. Does this look weird? I'm almost like, I want to go look at our toilet to figure out why this looks weird to me. Maybe it's not that weird.
I mean, I think it's because of the perspective of the seat.
Yeah.
Like the tank is like you're looking at it straight on, and the seat is like you're looking at it from slightly above.
Right. I mean, I'm drawing the top of the tank here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's starting to look a little more normal.
Yeah, I feel like I kind of forgot my experience as a child using like public bathrooms in extremely old buildings that had a separate like a knob and a water come out thingy, separate for cold and separate for hot.
Water come out thingy.
My research has not taught me a better word to use when I am making a distinction.
Sure. Tap has got to go back to barrels, right? Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. This is looking pretty good. I definitely want to add like some shading in here. Let's see, we should do a little handle. I think I'll just do a polygon for that. Or not. What? If you click 2 points too close together, it's like, oh, I guess you're done. Let me just finish this shape for you. Okay. That's apparently the best I could do. I think I made it worse. Let's try again. It wasn't even that close together, and it was like, okay, you're done. Huh. I might have to give up and just do like a little rectangle for the handle or something. Okay, there we go. I'm happy with this. I put that in a normal spot, right? I think that's normal. Okay, so let's put this little window back here. I guess it'll just be black outside. That's too dark. We'll do that for now. And then let's do a rectangle for the back wall. Okay. I'm so excited to make this flushable. Are there any cool patterns we could use? Like this could be a wallpaper pattern. I don't think there are any cool patterns. They're all too like that's way too much. All of these are way too much. Oh, that was weird. It didn't change it. Huh. What? Oh, I'm changing the pen. Whoops. Yeah, I kind of like that. And now let's draw some more ovals and get this sink in here. I've deviated from my drawing a little bit, and I think I'm gonna continue to do that. Like I'm gonna push this more off to the side, the sink, just to give more focus to the star of the room, the toilet. Good night, Val. Thanks for hanging out, and I hope you sleep well. As is almost always the case, I regret putting in a wall here. But also, like, I kind of need it to figure out where everything else should go. So I'm trying to do, like this is the opening of the sink, and then this is the, the bottom curve to it. And, like, I want a little bit of a lip back here. But I don't know that I can do that with the oval tool. And have it really line up the way I want it to. Maybe I should do a more rectangular sink. That might be a little easier to... Actually, that's not bad. And then since I put this right up front, I can just kind of do a very lazy pillar here. It's not perfect, but it's all right. I want to put just like a little bit of shading on this toilet. Let's see if we can do that. No pen. Looks better than the toilet in Leisure Suit Larry, so you're doing great. Wonderful. Thank you. Geez, when did Leisure Suit Larry come out? shadow along this edge. So we're going to make it so you can open the toilet lid. You can flush the toilet. I did at one point think of if the reservoir, if the tank has water in it, then you could just take the top off the tank and get water that way without flushing the toilet. But that's no fun. So I feel like maybe if you try to take the top off the tank, it just tells you that it's like stuck or something, I guess. And then we don't have to draw that state and deal with like the extra interactivity of that. I want a little more of shadow on this side. I guess we'll do along here as well. Great. Let's close this and save it. That's looking pretty good. 12:11. Let's go ahead and start to get some interactivity in here. So I think we'll go ahead and put this as a separate object. What's the proper name for the little toilet handle lever?
Toilet handle? Flusher?
Flusher. We'll call it a flusher. Okay, and that is going to be an immobile object that is in the bathroom. It is highly valuable. If only you could take it. And that's all we need there. Sonneveld, thank you. I'm glad you like my bathroom. Also, I hope you are doing well. Did you give Sonneveld a shout out? Mm-hmm. If anyone's not following Sonneveld already, y'all should definitely get on that. Lots of wonderful streams. I frequently stay up far later than I should watching a Sonneveld stream.
That's saying something.
And
because you stay up far later than you should, just without a reason sometimes.
That's true, yes. I never regret it. Always a great time. Okay, so we got our toilet flusher. That is the technical term. So let's make this interactive. Scene code. So if click $ equals toilet flusher, or we can also type flush to do this. I think it seems reasonable. Then we finally get to play our favorite sound. Oops. What's that one called? Flush. I'll add that to our list of sounds to keep track of here. Oh, I'm absolutely not blaming you. It's definitely my own choice. And then we're going to print some text. For now, we'll just say you flush the toilet. Open to suggestions.
I see no reason to not just be straightforward about it.
Yes. So eventually, it's kind of tricky because, like, I had this puzzle idea in mind where the toilet bowl is initially empty, and you have to flush the toilet, and at that point, there's still some water in the tank, so it fills up the bowl, and then you can get that water out of the bowl. But if you flush the toilet first thing, which, I mean, who's gonna not do that, then it'll already have water in it when you open the lid. But I guess, that's fine. But let's, I think we've got that all interactive now, so let's go try it out. And we can finally flush a toilet in our game. Finally found a photo of a sink with 2 taps in a motel room in 2009. Wonderful. We're learning so many things about New Zealand, I guess. Reach in box, get our soup bone. And I keep forgetting, I apparently don't have a space after this text. We need to fix that. Let's try drop bone, that also works. Pet dog. And then we can search the dog house and find our key. We now have the normal key. And now we can unlock this. Oh! Bye. Whew. Okay. And now we're in here. This room's looking a little plain in comparison to everything else, but that's okay. We can open this door. You open the door. And there's our bathroom. Oh no!
It didn't play the sound.
Why didn't the sound work? Did I... Thank you, Afton. That's an interesting bug. Is it not actually called flush? That's what I wrote on everything. Flush. That's my soundboard. Maybe I mistyped it.
Yeah, check your spelling.
Sound flush. You flush the toilet. We want a blank line after that. That's right, isn't it? There's no syntax error. Let's see, in this room we have a creak that plays. Sound creaked out 1. Okay, so let's close this. Open up our sounds library. Oh, right. I forgot I did this at some point. I started maintaining a library of just the sounds we're actually using. So what we want to do is open up the complete library here, and we could find flush in here and copy it over. I did that just so I could keep track of how big our game is in total. Because Xenolon offered to test it on an early Mac, I believe a 128K. And in order for it to work on that Mac, we need to keep the game under 400K, which I think is extremely doable. Let's actually see what we're up to so far. So our game is 54K, quite small, and our sounds are 72K. So total, that's, 120 something. So we're doing fine. All right, Let's try that again. Found an earlier photo where you could see the original 2 taps had been sealed at the wall and a mixer put in the bench top. And later photo where a mixer had been attached to the 2 previous tap ports. Interesting. Unlock. You don't have the key. Get bone. Search. Pet dog. Whoops. Pet dog. Now we can unlock and open the door. There's our friend. See you later, friend. And there's our toilet. Hey! We did it. It's all worthwhile in the end. Okay. We've made good progress. Just looking through my to-do list here. We still have so much to do.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks. My notes are a little scattered. Okay. I guess I didn't actually give myself a thing to check off for adding the flushable toilet. That's okay. Thank you, Culinary and Silver. So I think we should add a little bit of a description here. I also have some minor errors to fix. So let's go ahead and take care of that. Just got back. I'm guessing the flushing toilet was for Nina's sake. Yes, Nina Marie has taught us that an interactive toilet is the key to a good video game. And we didn't want to stop at pettable dog and merely have an acceptable video game. We want a good video game. So we got to have an interactive toilet. It is essential for a puzzle in the game, or will be once we finish things up. So I think this is going to be a great game in the end. Let's see. Which rooms did I miss? I think the backyard is the main one I'm thinking of. So we want to have a blank line after this. Okay. Okay. Oh, I goofed this up. I guess I just moved it there and then didn't update it. That'll actually have all directions blocked off because you can only go up or down from there. Let's go ahead and add the up or down movement here. Scene code. So if text equals up, then, oops, exit, move player to, what was it called, upstairs hallway? I think that's right. And then from here, we need to be able to go back down. That's not what I meant. It says I'm probably going to have to make a game about taps of my country now. Oh no, I forgot to disable the coins for Karen redemption. I don't know what it means to die in World Builder. Or maybe it's I don't want to think about dying in World Builder. If text $ equals down, then move player, whoops, to entryway, exit. Oh, we also need we need to keep track of where we are. There's a couple rooms that we have to update the code for. Okay, so this has the line to keep track of our location. I don't think the bathroom does yet. So the bathroom we established is room 8. And then 9 will be our upstairs hallway. I'm told that game dev can be death by 1,000 cuts, if that counts. Oh, so I'm dying simply by making a game. Wonderful. Okay. So that should all work now. And Secret Crush is grabbing the accordion. That might be it for tonight, but let's look over my notes and I'll see if it's so loud.
It is, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Oh, you know what? One thing we can do real quick. I've been wanting to, we don't have the pieces yet for this puzzle, but we want a little sign on the library door advertising the free Wi-Fi. So I'm going to go ahead and start adding that now. I think we're going to do a little bitbox for that. My thought is that it will just be a little sign that's not really legible, and you have to like click on it or search to learn what it says. I'll try writing really tiny text, but I may give up on this. It kind of depends how it looks. All right, I need a box for that to be legible. I think this is going to end up bigger than I intended it to. Yeah, like I feel like that stands out too much.
About all I've figured out how to do with this thing is like a closing flourish of some song.
Hmm.
Maybe every song. Maybe that could be your death sound.
It's very hard to not try to, like, draw little words. Like...
What if you just drew the Wi-Fi symbol?
I mean, the thing is, I'm trying to give an impression of, like, this is a thing that says something, but you can't really read it.
Sure.
Directly.
Sure. But I mean, like, you could put some random pixels that don't have to be legible, and then a Wi-Fi symbol.
Sure.
And then when you click on it, you get a description that says, it says free Wi-Fi.
Right. I just, having a clear Wi-Fi symbol is maybe more information that I want to give for free. And by for free, I mean without an interaction. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry my wife is doing this to you.
I take it I should put away the accordion then. That does sound very impressive though, Hinton.
Yeah. It's really hard to draw tiny icons and get them to look the way you want to. Even though I said I don't want to do the thing you suggested,
And you're doing it anyway.
I'm giving it a shot just to see if I change my mind.
I have snapped shut the accordion with its little snaps.
Okay, so now I'm just gonna do some little, like, impression of letters, and then I think, like, we'll kind of keep some of this, but thank you for the loon.
I will never stop making some kind of noise.
Okay. Let's see how that looks. That's too... It's too weird. I think I'm trying to make it almost look like something too much. Let's make it smaller. And then just kind of... Oh, you know what? Some... Ray Dunnikin's games frequently use this text, or this pattern here, to look like text. Which might actually work well in this case. Let's give that a shot.
Redeemed freeform accordion improv solo.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, we need to remember to refund Hinton's coins for Karen unless World Builder crashes. Which is pretty unlikely, I think.
That reminds me, there's a Coins for Karen redemption from Valis from Tuesday that
is there?
Getting checked off. I think you tried to do the proposed method of death, but it didn't turn out to be
that
fatal.
did not work.
So I wasn't sure if that should be counted as completed or not.
No.
Okay.
We need an actual death for that to be completed.
There is a death programmed into your game.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I was in World Builder when it was redeemed, but we could die in the game.
No, I mean for Hinton's.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Thank you for that troll hit, Salt Ranger. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's pretty much what I was going for. Yeah, I was going to fuss with it, but actually it's not worth it. Okay, so let's move that to a separate object now. Oh, a thing I just thought of is like I have it set up so you can click on the doors. Maybe we should make this part of that object. Oh gosh, I might actually have to do this in 2 steps. So I've copied the one shape. Library doors. So this is just an invisible object you can click on, but I think we're going to add this to that shape. Maybe. The problem is, like, if we add 2 objects that are overlapping, I don't think there's any way we can control which one is on top. And even though the library doors are an invisible object, like if they're on top, then clicking in that spot is just going to click on the doors instead of the little sign. So that's an issue. So maybe what I'll do is, like, clicking anywhere on the doors will point out the note, but then you have to actually type read note to learn what it says. I think that is a reasonable way to handle it. Oh, I guess that didn't have an outline, huh? Why is it? Okay, I finally got it. What? Oh.
I'm going to look up some videos about how to play this.
Ah, okay. All right. So let's update some code here. So we have this text that prints if you click on the library doors or type anything about the door. You pull on the handles, the doors are locked. There seems to... I don't know why I'm typing seems. There's a note... sticker is maybe a better way to describe it. There's a sticker, small sticker on the right hand door. You could probably read it. I'm just trying to think of a way to, hint that they should try to read it. It seems to have some writing on it. We'll go with that. I've been trying to... like whenever we give a hint about something they need to do, like make it clear what are the words to type that the game is going to recognize, which is why I was originally saying you might be able to read it. I don't know. I'll probably end up tweaking that later. Just because of the text parser limitations, it's better if we make it, a little bit obvious what is going to work. Okay, scene code.
Okay. This old man teaching me how to play the toy harmonic or accordion is holding his upside down.
Oh, interesting.
Eh.
Let's see.
Apparently, this is an old man who knows how to play the harmonica and is adapting his harmonica knowledge to the toy accordion.
Fascinating. I'm just thinking about how to handle this code here. So I'm just going to copy this, even though it's very different from what I want. So if they type sticker, or we'll allow them to call it a note. That's fine. And the verb can be look or examine or read. Don't want any of that. And I'll just say the sign on the right-hand door says free Wi-Fi.
Whoop, wrong button. No, what?
Okay.
Oh, I see. Is this an enriching activity for me to be doing in the background?
Are you enriched?
I don't know. Is it enriching the stream experience?
Sure. You pull on the handles, the doors are locked. There's a small sticker in the right-hand door. And that should be on. It seems to have some writing on it. And then we could type read sticker. Sign on the right-hand door says free Wi-Fi. Let's try some other options like examine note. Okay, great. Culinary says, it really is giving a nice ambiance to the last cutscene of Death Stranding.
Learn me how to play taps.
Taps?
Shit.
How appropriate.
I saw that come up on the... I googled how to play toy accordion and it came up in the search suggestions. And I was like, a song that you play when someone has died.
Silver says, on Secret Crush, getting dangerously close to playing military funeral music.
I'm doing that on purpose, Silver. I'm playing taps. A nice old man who knows how to play the harmonica and is branching out into playing the first act toy accordion has made a YouTube video teaching me how to play taps.
That's great. Come on. There we go.
The important thing to realize is that he was holding it upside down, so I know which side is one and which is like which button is number 1, 3, 4, and so on.
Right.
Otherwise, it would sound like this, which is not the same thing at all. Actually, now I'm curious if I carry on with that, what does that actually sound like?
Hello, Indigo Gamer. Yes, I am making a game using a game engine from 1986. That is correct. Okay, so that's checked off the to-do list. Just looking through other things to see if there's anything else we could add relatively easily here. Maybe I don't want to go too much longer, but I would love to do some more of the toilet interactivity, like being able to open the seat. And that won't take too long to do. Almost sounds like a harmonica, but someone said accordion, so that answers my question. Yes, it is a toy accordion specifically. But it also is, I mean, basically a real accordion. It's just not like a normal adult one.
Yeah, it has, I think, a lot fewer buttons on
yeah,
it
for
than,
sure.
like, a full-size
Way
accordion.
fewer, yeah. It's also fairly small. Hello, Emma. Yeah, the UI of World Builder is fairly straightforward. You have a interactive image area and text on the right that you can type commands into, and then commands menu that gives you all your basic commands that you could type. We are trying to push the boundaries of it a little bit here and there, but not so far that it would become difficult to play. So we're going to take this toilet seat, and I think I'm just going to go ahead and put that into a separate object. Actually, let's put that back. I'm going to leave that there just as a reference, because I don't want to draw what it looks like underneath it. But I am going to put this into a separate object. Toilet lid. Okay. Are you running a licensed world builder? I am. I got the floppy disk right here. I got my manual. I used this a lot as a kid. Though actually we're using version 1.2. We're not actually using that version, but 1.2 was released as freeware in 95. But yeah, I spent a lot of time playing around in this as a kid, though I'd never made anything nearly this extensive. Okay, so let's try to figure out how to draw the toilet below this. It's a little tricky because bye Xenon, thanks for hanging out. Because if I just delete this, then that's a completely incorrect shape. So I'm trying to like make this oval smaller. And then we have some lines to cover up to give it the correct appearance. Although, maybe not. Maybe I can get away with leaving that line.
I've given up trying to play real songs and I'm back to making up my own shit.
I personally find that the way to go on that accordion, at least.
The trouble I was having with trying to play taps is like I realized we found that there is a button for if you need to open or close it without making a sound, but like that's hard for my brain to comprehend.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Also, it really seems like this is not capable of a minor key.
She should get an ocarina and play Zelda Ocarina of Time songs. They're fun. I would imagine that would be fun. Maybe we should get an ocarina. Okay, so I want this to look empty inside. Oh no, we got another points for Karen redemption. I meant to turn that off because I'd rather not die in World Builder. There is a death in our game, but now that we have 2 redemptions of this, we only have 1 way to die in our game so far. But I will do that in a minute. So that's a good shape, I think. I just need to make that darker in there. Yeah.
Drown in the toilet water.
And then we need to open... Thank you for that, Flush Culinary. We need to open toilet seat as well.
How quickly can you program a new death in the toilet scene?
I mean, I can program a death very easily.
That might be the way to go.
I don't know that I could program a good death scene
Maybe
very
for
easily.
future World Builder streams, you should raise the price of coins for Karen, and then when it is redeemed, you have to come up with a death in the current scene.
That sounds very difficult.
Well, that's why I said you raise the price.
Sure. Okay, that's kind of looking like an open toilet seat lid. I think if I do like the little hinge, it'll look better.
Hello.
Okay, there it is.
Thank you for the hello.
I had to do that to make sure that my headphones were working.
Ah.
You could reuse your creepy hand of the normal guy that grabs you coming out of the toilet.
I mean, we don't want to have you die in the toilet water because there's a puzzle where you need to get water out of the toilet. So you need to get in there a little bit safely.
I don't know. It could be much like the normal guy because you need to get inside the house. The normal guy has a low chance of spawning, and if you don't react appropriately, you will die. It could be like that.
Indigo Gamer, thank you for the grunting. Emma Enna, thank you for the loon or water bird. All right, that looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. So we'll move these couple of shapes here to our open toilet lid because we don't want them to be there when the lid is closed. Okay, and then we need to configure these objects correctly. So this is going to start out in bathroom. It'll be closed when you go in there. And we're marking it as a mobile so you can't take it. Don't want anyone stealing the toilet seat. This one is going to start out in storage. Also a mobile. Hinton says, I'm now noticing that every sink in our house shows signs of our 2-tap history as a nation. That's wonderful. Forensic plumbing is my passion. Okay, so when we go in the bathroom now, the lid should be closed. We just need to add some code to open it. And this, I think, is a thing we should do with all our doors. But while we're focused on the toilet, let's add code to handle closing it again as well. It's not anything, I didn't worry about it with the doors because there's not any useful reason to do that, but we might as well allow it, especially because there's a close command built into the game. So, if text equals open, then we will check to see if toilet lid, whoop, that's not right, is in the scene. And if it is, then we will swap the two objects. So move toilet lid to storage and move toilet lid open to scene. Oop. And then we will if that doesn't happen, then we want to do the opposite. I just did that the weirdest way, but it's fine. It's correct now. Good night, 6-7. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you sleep well. Okay, so that should all work for the open command. Oh, wait. Yeah, I coded that weirdly. Okay. I'm just thinking. Let's move this. Yeah, we'll just get rid of that. We also want to handle a click as well. If click equals toilet lid or text equals open. And for clicking on the toilet lid, we don't need to check if it's in the scene, but for open command we do, so that's fine. And then I guess if it's not in the scene and they type open, we should print that it's already open. I guess we should also print some text when you do open it successfully. It's already open. Okay. You open the toilet lid. Okay. So that's all good. And then I'm just going to copy that whole block, and we're going to do something very similar, but a little bit different. If we click on the open lid or type close. So in this case, we want to make sure the toilet lid open is in the scene. And then we move open to storage and move regular to the scene, and you close the toilet lid, or it's already closed. Okay. Always end up with a bunch of spaces at the end of lines, and this irritates me endlessly. I often have this problem just in writing work code. Some text editors will automatically get rid of that for you, but not all of them. Okay, so I think that's all our toilet lid interactivity. So let's try that out. And then I think we'll call it a night. Oh, and I will end this playthrough with a death. We'll at least get one of those. Get our soup bone. Let's look at the door. Seems to have some writing on it. Read sticker. Says free Wi-Fi. I'm a Vim person.
I wasn't paying enough attention to the preceding conversation, so I don't know what that means.
That's a text editor. Okay. I normally, I mean, for like work code, I generally just use Xcode. For most other text editing, I use a Mac app called BBEdit, which I really like. But if I do need to use a command line program, I am very much a Pico person. Wait, no. Nano. What's Pico? Is that an older text editor?
Who knows?
Okay. Give bone. Search. Get key. door. Open door. Oh, no friend to greet us. Baby edit. I'm excited to finish this room more. Okay. We still don't have a description here, but that's okay. Give that toilet a flush. Open the lid. You open the toilet lid. You close the toilet lid. Look at that. What a great little toilet. We can also do this. Oh no! Why didn't that work? Because you can't open anything here. You can't close anything here. Why didn't that work? I goofed something up? I must have. Fascinating. What did I goof? Oh, huh. That's interesting. That's not a syntax error? So I typed $text, which is not a thing. Text $sign is how we refer to the player's text input. I'm very surprised that it didn't catch that as a syntax error, but I guess it figured, you know, it's just not something it's checking for. I guess maybe we could potentially have an object that is named $text, so maybe that's why it didn't bring up an error. Okay, I'm just looking over to make sure I didn't miss any other. Yeah, the flush we did correct. Okay. And the clicks are correct. Untitled goof game, indeed. Eventually we'll name this game. So far, the only name suggestion we've had is Untitled Bus Game. I guess you could count
a bus in it.
Untitled Goof Game as a suggestion. And we could also go with the very straightforward Bus Stop in Purgatory, which is basically our prompt for this first room. I feel like we could do better, but I'm not opposed to that name if it comes down to it. And also, Untitled Bus Game is funny. There's barely a bus in the game, but there will be eventually. A bus will appear. Get a bone. If you stop goofing up the coding, I'll withdraw my suggestion. Well, that's never going to happen. But thank you for the option. Pet dog. There's our friend. Goodbye, friend. Let's make sure we can't go through the closed door. Good. Okay. So you can click to open and close. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, what? Oh, no. What is happening here? Okay, so when I click on the open lid, it prints it's already open, and then you close the toilet lid. So clearly I have another bug that I've missed. But let's try open. You open the toilet lid. It's already open. Oh, I missed an exit, which might be the cause of the other bug as well. if it's already open, it says it's already open, and also you can't open anything here. Okay, let's close it. Close the toilet lid, close again. Yeah, okay. We're getting there. Bus route mix-up. Travel itinerary troubles. I will add these to the list. My thought on the name of the game is that we will, like, if anyone wants to suggest a name at any time, feel free. But we'll probably wait until closer to the end to finalize that name, and we'll kind of narrow things down some way and then do a poll to decide on what the final name is. But I will continue to make note of any suggestions as we go. Let's try to fix those last couple of bugs. Okay, so I know exactly why we got the double response here, because we don't have an exit after this. So yeah, this can just be exit. Because if they click on the lid or type open or close, we always have a response in here. Okay, but then we had the click on the open lid. Printed, it's already weird. Oh. I feel like I ran into this elsewhere at some point. But I think when you have a text command, you use a single equal sign for contains. So like if you type open the door, you can just say text $ equals open, and that will, match. And then you do two equal signs if you're looking for an exact match. So if you had two equal signs in your text check and the player types open the door, that won't match. It would only match if they type exactly the word open and nothing else. And it doesn't come up very often, but I think the click comparison works the same way. So I think what was happening there is clicking on the open lid was matching both of these blocks of code. Accordion to reports. That's great. I assume that was a name suggestion. Okay. Surely we have solved all the bugs now. Our game can't possibly have any more bugs. I hate to say it, but I don't love the angle on this room. Like, it feels like we're suddenly much higher in the air
Yeah, I can see that.
than we were before, and it's bothering me. I might completely redraw this room tomorrow. I might also just leave it till next week. We'll see how I feel about it. Okay, there we go. A single response. Open and close, and then open, it's already open, close, it's already closed. Perfect. Okay. It's a little hard to flush when it's open, but you can do it.
This might be where the button on top of the tank lid is the superior design.
Nah, that's fine. I mean, they can always close the lid to flush it, which is, that's better anyway.
Sure. More hygienic.
Epic flush sound effects. Yes, that was a sound that came with the World Builder. It specifically with the 95 freeware release comes with a bunch of sounds that I actually didn't have, I don't think, with my original version. Originally, I think you got a smaller set of sounds, and then you could also send away. You could purchase additional discs. Like there were 3 different discs of like fantasy sounds or sci-fi sounds. Replying to Silver's name suggestion of travel itinerary troubles, Culinary said you picked this acronym on purpose, which I definitely did not notice. And Silver says, I didn't realize until you mentioned it. Oh, no. Okay, so we got our interactive toilet. Very happy with this. I suppose... We don't have a hand washing sound effect. I was going to say maybe we should be able to wash our hands if we can use the toilet. We have some bubbles. I guess that could work as a sound effect for using the faucet. I think that's the best we have to work with. Although I guess conceivably, since we've opened the door... to recording our own sound effects, we could record a little water running sound effect ourselves. We'll see. We'll think about that. Betrayed outside of bus stop. Oh, I see what you did there. Oh, right. I have to do a death here. One moment. Okay. West? South? Oh, right. I have to start over because our guy left. I was thinking that maybe we should have it so that if the door is open, the guy will just randomly show up there sometimes. What do you think about that?
I don't know.
Okay. Mostly it was a thought. As a way to, potentially have that happen, even if you, missed the opportunity to have it happen.
I mean,
first time.
You talked about filling in the room beyond the archway.
Sure.
Black. So I don't know. It could be like when you walk into that room. There is also a chance that he will spawn there.
It's not a bad idea. Less problematic acronym, the troubled travel itinerary. Journey under Graham Street. Oh, I see. Let's throw the bone this time. Okay, let's do a save. So if he doesn't appear, then we can just reload and try again. Oh, not there. Okay. So now we can revert to our save. Open door. Still not there.
I mean, didn't we put pretty low odds on it?
I think in the end we added a way to get away without dying, so I think we made the probability higher.
Okay.
Huh. It is possible.
Did you accidentally turn off normal guy?
I don't know how random number generation works in World Builder, but it's possible that, like, let's do what happens if we add some moves in. You know, maybe because we're restoring, we're getting the same
The same
random
situation.
number each time, but if we add in some moves, maybe we'll get a different probability. I don't know. I guess we'll just try starting over. That's really interesting. You know, that could have just been coincidence, but
Remember that time?
when I've been testing, it seems like he shows up pretty often.
Remember that time normal guy spawned in the side yard?
Yes, that was great. Hinton is now suggesting stuck outside really regular yard. It's okay, Hinton. Reach in box.
How are you not tired?
How am I not tired? I mean,
Yeah.
that's because this is not a normal sleeping time for me. Search. Also, like, I'm having fun here, so like, that's like if I'm like doing something I'm really into and, you know, having a good time at it, like, it's very easy for me to stay up way too late and never really feel tired. Where's our guy? Where's our normal guy? I'm gonna try going back to the save and try there a couple more times. Maybe the guy doesn't want us to die.
Maybe we should program in a normal guy summoning ritual.
Do you have any further thoughts on that?
I don't know.
Okay. There he is. We got him.
I think I know how to program stuff.
Oh, I just mean, what would you want the interaction to be? Like some
I don't
secret
know.
command?
I mean, I guess. Or like, I don't even know if it's technically possible to have a cheat code to make a guy always appear in this thing.
Yeah, I mean, we could have some, like, thing you wouldn't normally type. So that if you type that, he always appears. Or, you know,
I
some,
see.
you know, very specific interaction or something.
I see.
Let's go north. A shadowy figure blocks your path. The hairs in your arms stand on end as a feeling of dread washes over you. As you try to move past, the shadowy figure slowly extends a hand towards you. The ghastly arm enters your body as you realize you're frozen in place. Your vision fades and you crumple into a cold, lifeless heap.
Maybe there should be
Accordion.
Oh. Maybe there should be at least one additional chance for you to, like, try to interact with him before he kills you. Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Something pretty simple like that is kind of what I'm thinking. But I would love it to sound a little bit creepier. It's just I can't figure out how to do that with this thing.
Going back to the thing I was saying, like if you the way you have it, he appears. Walk me through the way the interaction works right now. He appears, and then if you click on him, you get the description of your.
If you click on him or try to go north, you know, go through the doorway, then you get this basically a warning text that you're, you know,
what I am
feeling a sense of dread.
Is that there should maybe be a second warning before the death to really kind of like a different block of text appears on the second warning that's like you maybe don't want to do this, to sort of give an extra hint and also, I don't know, dial up the creepiness a little bit.
I see. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. So I think that's going to be it for today. we did pretty good, I think. We have a pettable dog. We have a interactive toilet. We haven't completed the toilet puzzle, but you can flush it. You can open and close the lid, and that's like most of the work.
Whose death redeem was that? You have 3 in the queue.
3? What?
There's the one from 4 days
Val's
ago.
also.
And then there's one from an hour ago for Hinton, and one from half an hour ago for Indigo Gamer.
We'll consider that Hinton's and refund Indigo Gamers.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's the only death we have. I don't know how to crash World Builder, and I can't think of how to program another death right now. Okay, so next week we'll continue working on the inside of the house. I really want to get more of the excuse me, the electrolyptus puzzle put together. So we'll add the upstairs and a way to get that book, and also open the hidden bookshelf passageway.
Thanks.
Thank you for the thanks. And then we can start. Once we have the book, we can start adding the interactivity in the greenhouse where you actually start to grow the plant. So that'll be fun to put together. And what else do we have to do? If we figure out where to put the cell phone inside the house, then that gives a lot of things to do, because I have a lot of ideas for the cell phone interactivity that I think will be a lot of fun. And that's when I think I will maybe start pushing the limits of what World Builder was meant to do. But I'm excited about that. And I think it'll work out okay. We'll see. If it turns out to be a problem, we can always walk it back a little bit and simplify the way you interact with the phone. In the bathroom, people always forget their phone in the bathroom. Yeah, that's definitely a decent option. My only hesitation there is we're kind of forcing ourselves. I'm forcing myself to make more rooms inside the house than I intended. So I would like to try to spread the puzzles and objects to find throughout the rooms that I need to make. So I'm open to the possibility of putting it somewhere else. But I don't have a better idea in mind right now. I also don't know exactly where in the bathroom we would put it. Like, we could just have it sitting there, like on the edge of the sink or something. I don't know. But we'll figure that out. On Tuesday, I'll be continuing Kathy Rain. If you were there for the end of this week's stream, the game seemed to become a little cursed, or at least the OBS capture of the game became a little cursed. It turns out I was running very low on disk space, and macOS screen capture just kind of will stop in that scenario. It was weird because none of the typical things that would happen on low disk space were happening. OBS was happy to continue recording, so there was plenty of room to do that. And in fact I did a lot of additional test recordings, and the problem kept happening after like 5 to 7 minutes every time, even though I kept using up more and more space. But then eventually I realized, wow, I have very little disk space left, and I cleared everything off. I also I have some software installed now that will tell me to clear things off much sooner before it becomes a problem. So that shouldn't happen again. Knock on wood. Afton, thank you for the thanks, and thank you for being here. Yeah, and certainly. I'm glad I found the issue, and I'm glad it turned out to be something really dumb. I spent a lot of time collecting logs and writing up notes to file a bug report, and then finally I was like, oh god! And it was actually kind of a relief to know that I didn't have to file that bug report or deal with following up on it or any of that. It's just fine now. So yeah, next week, same day, same time, we will continue World Builder. What about you? What you got coming up on Secret Crush?
What I got coming up is probably on Monday, Nier Automata.
Probably.
I say probably because I am toying with the idea of sneaking in a bonus stream sometime this weekend, but that is not guaranteed because one or the other of us has streamed every single night this week, and that is maybe not sustainable. So perhaps I will decide that instead I need an entire weekend of not being perceived. But we'll see. There's so much new Genshin is the thing. And I have made this joke probably more times than is actually good for as funny as it is not. There are two wolves inside of me. One of them wants to continue playing Nier Automata. The other wants to continue playing the new Genshin update. And they are both working together to bully me.
It's pretty rude.
It is. Because I do want to continue both of those things, but I am but one person with only 2 scheduled streams per week. So, anyway. Probably Monday will be the next time you see me.
Thanks, y'all. Have a great night. We're going to go raid MZizzy again because her streams are great. She's playing more weird MS-DOS games. Title says kids and possibly goats. So I'm looking forward to some goat games in particular. I appreciate y'all hanging out, and it's been a lot of fun making a game together. We'll see you around. Take care. Have a great weekend.
Bye.